In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, grand rising. Happy hump day, happy hump day. I hope you guys had a great start to your week. Hit the like button if you like the show. Subscribe if you like the show. Comment if you like the show. There's a lot going on. A lot of lying. A lot of bullshit. A lot of racism. Just a lot of dumb stuff is going on. And we're going to talk about it today. Now, I guess people are really, really excited and up in arms that Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson have denounced the Republican Party. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Megyn Kelly has either denounced Trump himself or the whole party as well. But none of them say that they will support a Democrat or they will support a third party ticket or anything like that. Let's be real clear. Let's be real clear. The Democrat Party has a lot of work to do. See, because you have these people smile in your face. We have seen this. All the white women that said that, oh, yes, we're going to vote for Kamala Harris, all of the support that Jasmine Crockett has. And we have seen the racism of these white people, especially these white women. You know, these white women that, unfortunately, too many black men always want to gravitate to. That does nothing but take, will not fight for all of the things that affirmative action, that civil rights fights they benefit from the most. But they always want to take from the gains of affirmative action and civil rights gains. They are the ones who get the most gains out of the civil rights gains. Let's say for as far as small business contracts, There's a woman who is actually suing the Small Business Association about a Rule 8A, which gives money to disenfranchise black businesses. So she didn't like that. Now, the actual statistics show that 78% of small business disenfranchised loans go to white women, and a peddly 2% go to black people. But oh no, she feels that since there was a Supreme Court ruling in another area, that therefore that should apply to small businesses as well. So she, as a white woman, is getting advantages of 76% more than black businesses. But she want to sue about the petty amount that black businesses are getting. And this is also, I would also be remiss if I did not remind you of the doctor who is suing the site Find a Black Doctor. I would be remiss if I didn't remind you about that. Why do black patients want black doctors? Because of this disparate care that we get from non-black doctors. The number of black majority mothers and babies that never leave the hospital upon a simple thing as childbirth, that alone should tell you when black women die 3 times more than any other race in the most highly developed country, and you have a white physician who has the audacity to want to sue someone who is trying to connect patients with a doctor of their preference. Now, right here in the United States of America, would there be a lawsuit in the United States of America? Would there be a lawsuit against any Jewish site that wanted to connect you with a Jewish attorney? No, there wouldn't. No, there definitely would not be. There wouldn't be. But this is what's going on in the United States of America. You have these doctors who have been taught in med school that black people feel less pain, that black people's skin is thicker, therefore they can withhold much more pain. You have you have these doctors being taught in medical school that black people tend to exaggerate their pain more. There have been tests and studies that prove this in the care and the medication that is given to just the names, not even seeing the patients, just seeing the names, the assumption that Deshaun Jackson, who tore his Achilles, as opposed to Adam. Hold on, Adam Trump, who tore his. They would get. And Jackson would probably get a Tylenol, and the Trump kid, of course, he get a high cocktail of pain medication that would absolutely relieve his pain. Whatever pain medication that is finally, if ever, given to a black patient, it would be for not enough days to treat the injury. Your doctor would be calling the Trump patient, "Hey, you need any more pain medication?" Now, this is what's going on in the United States of America. So I just want to talk about. We just want to talk about the audacity I just really want to talk about the audacity of these people. Don't they just absolutely don't want minorities to have absolutely nothing. They absolutely want to take us back. You know, this make America great again shit, it's a bunch of bullshit. They want to repress America again. Good morning, Detached. Good to see you. Hey, Ryder Taylor. That's your daddy. Congratulations, Taylor. Hey, Melissa. It's good to see you. Hey, Footsteps. Hey, I see. What is that? I see Love Auto. You've lost your mind. No, I'm not a victim. Did I ever say I was a victim? No, I said I'm stating real live statistics. Does that make me a victim? No, that makes me telling you the facts. That's what that makes me. That makes me tell the facts. I've never claimed to be a victim. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so let's get into what I wanted. No, oh, so the lawsuit against the Small Business Association is under disparate impact, which says that you must be able to prove that you're not getting the loan specifically under discrimination of your race. Am I losing my? Do I not know what I'm talking about now? You don't even know what disparate impact is, because if you remember, way before this election, we saw the defiant attorney spell out exactly what was in Project 2025. And one of the biggest things that he warned you about that was in Project 2025 is them trying to get rid of disparate impact. And what did 4547 do on his first day being in office? He made an executive order to get rid of disparate impact, which means that they are no longer taking data at the EEOC and places like that about harassment or racism or anything. They're not even collecting the data anymore because you're going to have to prove it on yourself. They're not going to have any databases to help you prove a case of racism. So what we're going to do is just let's not collect any more data. So you have been warned about this. Now, we know that, strangely enough, though, the EEOC came out with a whole commercial telling white men, have you been discriminated on your job? White men, are you discriminated against because of your white skin? Well, I'll call the EEOC and come down and make a claim. The same EEOC who is not collecting data on harassment of black people, of women. They made a commercial. Let me see. Let me find the commercial. You ain't got to believe me. I want you to believe your own eyes. Here we go. 1 second. Here we go. Rules are updated. Isn't this peculiar? Don't you find that this is peculiar? Let me share my screen with you. And let's get to it. Discrimination rules updated. EEOC urges white men to report workplace discrimination. Here is the head of the EEOC, and here's the commercial.
I'm Andrea Lucas, chair of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EEOC as soon as possible. Time limits are typically strict for filing a claim. The EEOC is the federal agency charged with enforcing federal anti-discrimination law against businesses and other private sector employers. The EEOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, including against white male applicants and employees. Check out eeoc.gov to learn more and read our one-page explainer about DEI-related discrimination.
Hold on.
I'm Andrea Lucas, chair
Read our one-page description about DEI. Now, all of a sudden, because there is diversity, equity, and inclusion, we want you white men to contact the EEOC if you feel like diversity, equity, and inclusion. What we want you to automatically equate to you being harassed as a white man. Did I make that up? Or is that what she said? Let's get to the end of this, that she slipped that in real quick.
DEI-related discrimination.
Oh, shit. I went back to...
Just for this EEOC issue, Trump fired the Democrats on the commission.
Hold on.
I'm Andrea Lucas, chair of the U.S. Equal Employment white male applicants and employees. Check out eeoc.gov to learn more and read our one-page explainer about DEI-related discrimination.
I'm at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission with Chair Andrea Lucas. Thank you so much for doing this interview.
Thank you so much for having me.
You've been running the EEOC differently from your predecessor. One departure you've taken is interest in discrimination cases against white males, particularly. What compelled you to take a closer look at this?
I think it's really important that we demonstrate that our doors are open to everyone. And in the past, frankly, a couple of decades, there's been the misimpression that discrimination law only applied to certain minority groups and not to everyone. But the reality,
in the past, they didn't apply to anyone but the people who were being discriminated against, because the workforce was full of white males, white straight males. Let's keep it a buck. This is the reason why the EEOC had to go after who were discriminating upon based on race. So all of a sudden, this bitch comes in, and all of a sudden, well, how dare them bring different people in the workforce? That's discrimination against the white man. But it was no such thing. The decades and decades and decades of black people not being hired, being underpaid, not being hired for positions that they were qualified for. No, that wasn't discrimination. That was the status quo, and that is the status quo that they want to keep. And now that they have gotten rid of DEI in all of our federal government facilities, now they want to handhold and reward the unperforming white man who has had every advantage in the United States of America. They want to give him a tip for being a underperforming white male.
reality is Title VII has always been colorblind. It's always been group neutral. It's always applied to white men as well as every other iteration of sex and race.
So if it has always applied to white men, why all of a sudden is this a specific call to white men only? You're not calling anyone else to make a claim. You're alerting white men to something that they don't need to be alerted to, because if you don't think a white man would come in and file a claim on their own, it's foreign to most white men to be discriminated against because of their race. Let's keep it a buck. This is a non-existing problem. But for a agency to try to connect black patients with black doctors, they're suing about discrimination. So you think that the whole EEOC will have to do a whole casting call to get white men to come and make claims if they feel like they have been discriminated against, when a agency trying to connect black patients to black doctors cannot function without being sued? Bitch, are you serious? Something that black patients have been requesting, something that black patients want and have a hard time obtaining. You as a black patient, try to navigate your insurance system. Try to be referred to a different doctor, specialist, or whatever, and be told that you have to go through the list of doctors that are covered under your program. And then try to call your insurance program and ask them, well, do you have any black doctors? Oh, well, we don't know if they're black, but well, in your area, I want a black doctor. Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? Because of the disparate medical treatment that black people get. Nobody, we should have the right to go to a physician that we trust. And unfortunately, a lot of these physicians are untrustworthy. They don't give a fuck about you. They have all of these prejudice in their mind about you in the first place. These physicians, they feel that you don't honor your life, and oh well, they doing everything wrong. They're sick because they do everything wrong shit. They're not going to be compliant with the treatment module and all of this shit. So why would I put all of my education into trying to educate my patient to extend their life? Because they don't care about their life. That's why I want a black doctor. That's exactly why I want a black doctor. But did you see what this bitch is doing here? Let's continue.
But because you've had decades of leaders not making that clear, you really do see that when discrimination arises against white men in particular, there's a real gap in knowledge from employers and from employees. So it was really important that when I saw a lot of discrimination happening in the last few years, really widespread, often DEI-related race or sex discrimination, and then this.
When I really saw in the last few years, usually because of DEI, you didn't see it. You hate that black people are given a chance to be employed. You hate that the workforce had been educated to stop being racist and being sexist towards other people other than white males. That's what you saw. That's what you actually saw. But you want to turn it around, that reverse racism bullshit. What she saw was a whole lot of training about including other people, the inclusion, the diversity in a workplace. And they don't like that. Now, all of a sudden, they are discriminated against. And by large, they are the most employed anyway. But they don't want you to have no gainful employment. Why do you think that Elon Musk, they let that fool through? And we're going to talk about that bullshit as well. Okay, so both of these links are in my description box. I'm not going to tarry too long on this dumb bitch right here. Both of these links are in my description box under Poor White Man. You can peruse them at your leisure. Why did I start with that? Because the EEOC is being sued by the NAACP because of this bullshit right there. That's why I wanted to let you know about that.
Massive education gap. It was clear to me that we needed to do a lot more and from employees. So it was really important that when I saw a lot of discrimination happening in the last few years, really widespread, often DEI-related race or sex discrimination, and then this massive education gap, it was clear to me that we needed to do a lot more public awareness so that those people understood their rights.
Have a lot of white males come forward so far since you put out the call for this?
Well, I can't talk about what has come officially into the commission, but I'll certainly say that, when I issued that public awareness video, we got close to 6 million views and thousands of comments. So there's certainly been a lot of public action that I can, mention. And
so you absolutely have no cases that will win in court. That's what you're saying. Oh, I can't say how many. We got 6 million views because people were aghast at the actual fact that you even tried that dumb shit. Yeah, people. I know you're lying. I know goddamn well the EEOC didn't put out no video talking about poor white men being discriminated against in their jobs. So people had to see it with their own eyes. Okay, let me get you let me see. I may have to find it again. Hold on. Here we go. The Defiant Attorney. That's where I saw it. Here we go. Let me share this with you. And let's listen to a piece of the argument that is in the case against the EEOC in the suit that the NAACP has filed against the EEOC, who is there to protect people who have actually been discriminated against. You know, the thing that under this administration, they refuse to collect data so that people who really are discriminated will not have any correlating data readily available. Unless they say, nigga, bitch, you can't come work here. They are going to have to be
under
very
the
overt.
Civil Rights Act.
Here we go. If you haven't signed up to this page, the Defiant Attorney, he is the one who breaks down all of the coded language in Project 2025. He was the one who forewarned you about the disparate impact. And that was one of the first things that they removed in our government under this White House. That is one of the reasons why people who get government contracts in the United States now can have separate work areas for Black people and white people. Yes, people, government contractors, they can have segregated areas for their workers under this administration. They actually remove the law that says they cannot have segregated work areas, rest areas, lunch areas. They can have it all now under this administration. I learned that here. Learn a few things.
Into some parts of this lawsuit because it's really important. It's very important. So let's go to another screen, and I'm going to read through the important parts of this lawsuit so that you can see what it actually says. All right, so it's filed in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, and it is the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, versus U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And by the way, that comes under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So for those who say civil rights are not important, you would be very sorely mistaken, because it is extremely important for not only employment, but also for many other reasons as well. All right. And it's also filed against Andrea Lucas, who again is the chair of the EEOC. So let's read some parts of this. The complaint. Plaintiff, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, brings this action against the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission under the Freedom of Information Act. We call that FOIA. Seeking the declaratory and injunctive relief to compel compliance with the requirements of the FOIA. Now, what that means is the NAACP, and you're going to see here, has requested certain documents. However, the EEOC is not complying. And those documents are going to be looked upon and looked at to see if, in fact, they have violated the Equal Protection Clause or some other provision of federal law, to see if a further or more expansive lawsuit should be brought by the NAACP. And I just got to say this on behalf of the NAACP. A lot of people, including, especially I would say, Black people, say that the NAACP does not do anything to help Black people. People literally say that. And the NAACP and the NAACP Legal Defense Fund are the two main organizations that bring lawsuits on behalf of Black people. Yet, there are folks out there on social media who constantly tear down the NAACP and its sister organization, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. They say it and do it all the time.
Look at the Republican raccoon daughter Candace Owens, who was always when she got popular with the Republican Party, she used to defame the NAACP, all while knowing that she herself had filed a discrimination suit against, I think it was her high school, and the NAACP was the one who fought the case for her and won the case for her. And then she climbs up on some white dick and have half white children and get accepted by the Republican Party. And she's out there bad mouthing the NAACP. And where did that get her? Where did that get her? Where did that get her? She's no longer the Republican darling. And now all of a sudden, she is so disjointed and disenfranchised and just dissed by the likes of somebody like Laura Looney, who is out here doxing her children, but the NAACP has done her so wrong. Laura Looner, whose own family said that she has been institutionalized on several occasions, has the freedom to go on Elon Musk's racist X channel and talk about a woman's children, dox a woman's children, all of this type of stuff. Oh, but now the Republican Party isn't what it was cut out to be. No, the Republican Party has always been what it was. But you are such a pick-me-ass bitch that you did whatever it took to be picked by people who everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows what it gives. Let's continue.
Despite the great work, for example, when the GOP, recently the Supreme Court, MAGA, all conspired together to get rid of the Voting Rights Act of 65. Who argued that case in front of the Supreme Court? It was Janae Nelson, who leads the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. So she's the one who did her best to protect the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, in her organization. And the NAACP recently hired Kristen Clark, who was over civil rights for the Department of Justice under the Biden administration. So don't say, and don't let people say, that the NAACP and the NAACP Legal Defense Fund do nothing for Black people. As a matter of fact, go to their website and make a donation. All right, let's go back and read some more of this lawsuit. So here's the complaint. Plaintiff, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, brings this action against the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission under the Freedom of Information Act, 5 U.S.C. Section 552, and the Declaratory Judgment Act, 28 U.S.C. Section 2201 and 2202, seeking declaratory and injunctive relief compel compliance with the requirements of the FOIA. Now, declaratory relief just simply means they're asking the court to declare basically that they're entitled to these documents under the FOIA Act. And they're also essentially asking the court to declare that the EEOC must comply with FOIA. Okay? And the injunctive relief they're asking for, injunctive means enjoining or stopping the other party from doing something, or enjoining them from, doing some particular acts that they shouldn't be. And in this case, they are asking the court to enjoin the EEOC from not complying. All right, stop the willful act of non-compliance and do what FOIA demands that parties do when a FOIA request has been made. These requests are made routinely. All right, yet the EEOC is trying not to comply. All right, so we're going to shoot through.
Oh, so they're not fulfilling the FOIA request in giving out public information. This is not private information. FOIA requests are information that is supposed to be released to the public upon a FOIA request. And much like of this lawful administration, now the bitch wanted to sit down and have an interview, and she couldn't. I can't disclose how many clients that I had, but 6 million people watched the video and thousands responded. Thousands. You had 6 million people watch the video and thousands responded, and you can't even give a roundabout figure of how many white men filed the case. You can't even say how many white men filed an actual case. You had thousands. Not hundreds of thousands, just thousands of responses. Were those responses positive, negative questions? What responses? How many responses were, bitch, are you serious? How many of those thousands of responses she got was, bitch, are you serious? But she wants you to believe that this is a huge overreaching problem. But they're trying to hide information. They're trying to hide public information. Make it make sense.
The complaint and get to the areas that I have highlighted. If you want to read the whole complaint and can understand what it reads, which I doubt very seriously if you're not a lawyer, but you certainly can, we will have it on our website. Because defendant has failed to comply with the applicable timeline provisions of the FOIA, plaintiff is deemed to have exhausted its administrative remedies pursuant to 5 U.S.C. Section 552A6CI, and is now entitled to judicial action enjoining the agency from continuing to withhold agency records and ordering the production of agency records improperly withheld. So essentially, the NAACP says certain things that the EEOC is required to do under FOIA. They've not done it. So because they've not done it, the NAACP is saying we have exhausted, we have done everything we can to get them to do this without having to come to court. But now that they continue to not comply with the demands, the laws, the regulations, the rules of FOIA, we now need the court to get involved. All right, so that's what they're saying. The parties here we know are the NAACP, that is the plaintiff who is bringing this suit, okay? And the defendants, as we saw earlier, is the EEOC, as well as the chair, Andrea Lucas. All right, now here are the facts. Statement of facts. The December 17th, 2025 solicitation. On December 17th, 2025, Andrea Lucas, chair of the EEOC, released a video on the social media platform X, soliciting discrimination complaints from white men and inviting them to contact her office directly. See Andrea Lucas at blah, 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 blah. All right, so we remember when Ms. Lucas did just that. All right, it's pretty shocking to see that. The same day, Chair Lucas published tweets reiterating the solicitation and encouraging white men to submit discrimination complaints to the EEOC. All right, number 9, Chair Lucas' public solicitation raised significant questions and received critical media coverage about whether the EEOC federal agency charged with enforcing the nation's workplace anti-discrimination laws was administering its charged handling functions in a manner that treats charging parties differently based on race and sex. Okay. So the NAACP's March 9th FOIA request. On March 9th, 2026, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law, acting as counsel on behalf of the NAACP, submitted a FOIA request to the EEOC via the agency's online FOIA portal. The request sought 8 categories of records. I'm not going to read through all of those. Let me just read all formal and informal directives, guidance, recommendations provided to the EEOC related to any new, altered interpretation or enforcement guidance on workplace discrimination at any time since January 21st, 2025. So they're trying to get their hands on various documents, records, and so on to see precisely how the EEOC has handled the information related to their calling for white men to file these complaints. So that was a part of their FOIA request. Okay. And number 12, the request sought all responsive records from January 21st, 2025 through the date the search is conducted. Okay, so I'm reading for you what happened, the date as the NAACP recounts it. In accordance with 5 U.S.C. Section 552A4A 3 and EEOC regulations, the NAACP requests a waiver of all fees associated with processing the request. Number 14, the NAACP fee request establish that disclosure of the requested record is in the public interest because the records concern the operations of the federal government and are likely to contribute significantly to public understanding of the operations. Specifically, the records have the potential to shed light on whether and to what extent the EEOC is handling charges of discrimination differently based on the race or sex of charging parties. So essentially, the NAACP says we ought not be charged for what could be a mountainous amount of records, because this has to do with the federal government. It has to do with racial discrimination and their investigation. So therefore, we shouldn't have to come out of the NAACP's funds for these records. All right. The EEOC's acknowledgement of the FOIA request on March 10th, 2026, one day after the NAACP submitted the request, the EEOC's Office of Legal Counsel issued a letter of counsel to counsel for the NAACP acknowledging receipt of the request and assigning it FOIA tracking number, and it gives the number. All right, so legal counsel for the EEOC acknowledged that they had received the FOIA request and had assigned it a tracking number. So there's no question that they received the request. The March 10th letter designated the request as, quote, complex, quote, and invoked the 10 working day extension available under 5 USC section 552A6B, citing the need to search for records from the field office, the voluminous nature of the records demanded, and the need to consult with other agencies or components. The letter stated that the EEOC will make every effort to issue a determination on your request on or before 9/17/2025. But here's what ultimately happened. The EEOC denial of the requested fee waiver. So in the same March 10th letter, the EEOC denied the NAACP's request for a waiver of fees. So they said, no, you're going to have to pay for it. Despite what the rule says, despite what the regulation says, despite what the law says, despite your arguments. 19, the sole substantive basis articulated by the EEOC for denying the fee waiver was that the NAACP had purportedly failed to, quote, articulate with reasonable specificity its intention and ability to disseminate the requested information, close quote. The March 10th letter cited national security. It cited a case, all right? So it threw a case in there. We don't have to read it. All right? So they denied that request. And as we fast forward to the EEOC's failure to respond, under 5 USC 552A6A 1, the EEOC was required to determine whether to comply with the request and to notify the NAACP of its determination and the reason they were required to, again, notify the NAACP of its determination and the reasons, therefore, within 20 working days of the receipt, and we know they got the receipt because they acknowledged it, extended by 10 additional working days under 5 USC section 552A6B by the notice of extension of the response deadline in the EEOC March's 10th letter. And here's the issue. As of the date of this filing, more than 30 working days have elapsed since the EEOC's receipt of the request. 29, the EEOC has failed to issue a determination on the request and has failed to produce any responsive records. So they are refusing to produce the records associated with Chair Lucas's video where she said to white men, bring your complaints. So the NAACP is trying to get their hands on those complaints and associated records and documents and so on, but they're refusing to do so. All right, number 30. The NAACP has constructively exhausted its administrative remedies regarding the denial of the request under 5 USC section 552A6C 1. So essentially, again, the NAACP has said we've done everything under the rule that we know to do. And so we have exhausted all remedies to get them to comply without court action. But because they have not complied, we were forced to bring this to court. The NAACP's appeal of the EEOC denial of a fee waiver is pending an administrative response by the agency, and therefore administrative remedy have not been exhausted regarding the issue of the 4 fees. So the issue of whether or not the fees associated with the EEOC producing the documents, that has yet to be determined. All right, but the denial of the records, that has been exhausted. What administrative review options they had have all been exhausted, and so they're saying now this is the purpose of the lawsuit. But the NAACP went a step further. On June 4th, 2026, the NAACP's counsel submitted a FOIA request, the follow-up request, to the EEOC via the agency's online FOIA portal, seeking identical categories of records to those sought in the March 9th FOIA request. An updated search is conducted. So they basically gave them another chance. And as of this filing, the follow-up request is pending an administrative response by the EEOC. So they are refusing to hand over the documents related to Ms. Lucas telling white men to file racial discrimination complaints with her office. And so the NAACP is suing the EEOC based on count 1. They're alleging a violation of FOIA 5 USC 552, failure to conduct adequate searches for responsive records. The NAACP requests the allegations in the foregoing paragraph and incorporates them as though fully set forth herein. So that just means in count one, all the documents, all the things that we have said earlier in this suit, incorporated in this particular count. The NAACP properly requested records within the possession, custody, and control of the EEOC. The EEOC is an agency subject to FOIA, and it must therefore make reasonable efforts to search for the requested records. The EEOC has failed to promptly review agency records for the purpose of locating those records that are responsive to the NAACP's FOIA request.
Basically, what we have here is the EEOC try to pretend like discrimination against white men was at such a high fevered pitch because of DEI, and it did not work out well for them. And what are they doing now? Like this, they're doing the same thing now, like they tried to do with the statistics about actual discrimination in the workplace against Black people and women and disabled people. What did they do with that information? They're trying to hide it. So what are they doing now since they tried to make a DEI the reason why so many white men have been discriminated against, and they have nothing, they have no cases to bring forward, no information to bring forward, which is public information? They're trying to hide that as well. So this is what a racist will do in the United States of America. You can find all of these links in my description box. This particular link is under NAACP sues EEOC. Go avail yourself if you want to hear everything that is in this case. Please avail yourself to that. So I have a couple of more things that I wanted to talk to you about today. Which is this one? Well, you know, your president is sitting up lying back and forth, sitting up lying about that hideous deal that is far less superior than President Barack Hussein Obama's nuclear deal. Now, are you aware that your president who tried to tell you that Barack Obama was trying to bribe them and he gave them $1.7 billion, he gave them millions, he gave them $150 billion. They said, oh, you look like a fool. Are you aware that your president, now Barack Hussein Obama, actually did release their money, that they had sanctions on their money at $1.7 billion? Yes, he did that. Yes, he said he did that. Yes, that there has never been a secret that they released the sanctions on $1.7 billion of their own cash. But why is it being so close to the vest that your president, 47, has released $6 billion to the Iranians? Is anybody up in the arms about that? $6 billion. Now we can say he gave them almost 6 times more than Obama gave them, and he took his Qatari jet and he stuffed that Qatari jet with all of the $6 billion, and he had to fly it over there personally because there were not enough planes to send the money that he gave Iran back, because he was kissing their ass and begging them. We could say that. Or we could say what it is. That they had agreed to release $24 billion of Iranian owned money. Their sanctioned money that was being held in the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, not Federal Reserve Bank, the U.S. banks. We could lie, or we could just tell the truth. Now, they were supposed to give half at the in Switzerland. They were supposed to release $12 billion, but they have already reportedly released $6 billion and not a peep. It's your for-profit media combating of the difference of the money that Obama released of their own money to them? Are they comparing and contrasting this to them and their dumb Trump supporters? Are they saying, what do you have to say now that you know that Trump released $6 billion to the Iranians? You know, in the same fashion that Obama released that 1.7 billion of their own money. How come nobody's making a big deal of this $6 billion that has been released to Iran? I guess because you don't have a bruised hand liar out here saying that somebody was trying to what's it? Trying, not blackmail. Somebody was trying to beg somebody to make a deal, and therefore they gave them that money. Not only did they give them that money, they're supposed to give them $18 billion more. Not only are they going to give them that money, they have also insured investment in their country to the tune of $300 billion, which means if no one invests in their country to the tune of $300 billion, it is insured by the United States. And we're not giving that money. We're just giving people the opportunity. Well, you know what they say? It doesn't matter what you say out of your mouth. It matters what is in the fine print of the paper. So just like your president came out and told you that when they released the sanctions on Iran, they were going to make sure that Iran comes and buy soybeans and corn from our farmers because their people are starving. They care. They care that the Iranian people are starving. Their people are starving, and they need to feed their people, and it's going to help our farmers. Do you think that they give a fuck about the Iranian people when they struck a girls' school and everybody knows they struck it, and they just hope that you forget about it? When they were asked about the girls' school while he was over at the G7, why you bring that up? It's just such a terrible thing to bring up. It's such a terrible thing to have done. It's such a terrible thing that every time you're asked about it, you do like Israel. Oh, it's under investigation. It's under investigation. It's under investigation. Until you think that people are going to stop asking about the strike on that Minab school that killed over 168 schoolgirls under the age of 12. Is anybody asking about that? Now, I got some more interesting news you may or may not have heard. I'm going too far. One more. I'm just lean in with this a little bit. Did you know that that Grock AI was responsible for making over 2,000 strikes in this Iran war? Now, we do know that Anthropic did not want to allow the Pentagon to use their AI because they did not want it to be used for mass surveillance, and they did not want their AI to be used for to be able to strike without having a human hand to go back to. They didn't want it to unilaterally be able to strike any perceived destination, any target. They didn't want AI to what word am I looking for? They didn't want AI to be able to make the decision and without human approval. You know, they didn't want it to be able to do like it has been reported that Lavender did in Israel. The Peter Thiel AI that was allowed to create targets, flesh out targets, decide to strike targets, and then go in and actually strike these targets without running it by, without getting any approval from a human being. So that's what Anthropic did not want the Pentagon to be able to do with their AI. And what happened? Pete Keckbreath wanted to smear Anthropic as a business to make sure that no other defense contractor would buy Anthropic AI. But now it has quietly come out that Grock has made over 2,000 strikes in the first 98 hours of this war. So, was Grock able to do whatever it wanted to do? We know that Elon Musk was able to do whatever he wanted to do in our government, up to and including going through all of our personal information, which is against the law. And Todd Blanche, while he's coming out yesterday talking about how many Somalians he has indicted, he has said zero about Elon Musk and those Doge douches going through all of our social security information, all of our health and human services information, all of our treasury information, up to and including how the treasury pays out all of its money. That he had these unexperienced Doge people, those same Doge people who, when questioned about how did they determine what cuts they would make, they said that they put it in Chat GPT and asked Chat GPT. Yes, if it says something about helping people with anything, if it had Jewish, if it had LBG TQ, this is the only thing that deemed it as being able to be cut by Doge. Those people who did not know what DEI stood for, who could not enunciate what is the D in D, what is the E in DEI, what is the I. He did not know. It was whatever the president put in the executive order. He kept referencing it's whatever the president meant in the executive order. I can't tell you right now for sure because I don't have the executive order right here. Well, the executive order did not tell you what DEI was. A bunch of dummies in our federal government had access to all of this information. Has Todd Blanche come out and said anything about investigating the fact that one of the Doge people said that he was going to take all of the information that he acquired from our social security servers, put on a unsecure server, and he was going to take it to his new employer to help root out voter fraud? Now, at what point is your social security information to be used to root out voter fraud? Because undocumented immigrants don't have a social security. So at what point are Todd Blanche going to investigate this? I digress. Let's go back too far, but I had to finish that thought. Let me share this with you right quick. Here we are. Find a black doctor directory sued for discriminating against physicians based on race. This is came out May 19th of 2026. We talked about this. I thought that we should be able to talk about this again. She is now. I hope she is now over the Small Business Administration. Uh, Lord, I've been on mute all of that time. Well, I apologize. And I was talking much shit. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so there's the link. There's the story. I want to bring you back to the Small Business Association, um, who is head by I forget her name. She was running for Senate against Raphael Warnock and lost in Georgia to Raphael Warnock. And she's married to some old ass billionaire. You've seen her kissing up to Trump in his committee meetings. I forget her name. Oh Lord, I forget her name. I. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So she is a Trumper who was rewarded for being mediocre and a mediocre loser and married to a billionaire. And now we have this woman who is suing, who is actually suing the Small Business Association because of a cutout for black businesses. When this woman who is getting a cutout under the Small Business Administration cut out for women, and white women under this cutout for women get approximately, I think it's 76% of the money that goes out of this fund that has cutouts. Most of that money goes to people who are getting cutouts because they are women. But oh no, we get 77% of the cutouts, but under women. But how dare you have a cutout under black people? Oh no, I'm gonna sue you. You have cutouts specifically for black people. Let me show you this. I thought that this is quite egregious. This is quite egregious. This is why these people are not to be trusted.
Judge ruled in her favor. And now, mind you, this white woman started a business, got a $20,000 loan from her daddy, eventually got $500,000 in loan from her daddy. This is a privileged white woman. She then got 2 federal contracts totaling $3.8 million through a women's program, but then her trifling ass sued the 8A program by saying, oh, I couldn't apply because I'm not disadvantaged by race. And so now this has upended the 8A program. Now let's keep in mind, the federal government spends $560 billion.
Not only is she not a disenfranchised minority, she's not disenfranchised at all. She's a white woman who got $500,000 from her father. Where is being disenfranchised at? Oh, she applied for it under disenfranchisement for being a white woman. But the EEOC want you to believe that there should be white men filing discrimination claims because they are white men. Let's continue. This will be in my description box.
$1 a year on contracts. I'm not disadvantaged by race. And so now this has upended the 8A program. Now let's keep in mind, the federal government spends $560 billion a year on contracts. Black people have gotten 1.67% of the federal contracts, most through the 8A program. Okay. But see, these white folks want to go after everything. And I kept warning people that this is what they're going to do. This is a moment where we must be in a fight mode. They look, we talked about CRT, books, we talked about affirmative action in college. They want to go after anything that has actually helped Black people, other minorities. And I said to the business council in Milwaukee, I said, now is the time to see whether real allies are going to step up. Let's now see if big business is going to say, hell no, we doing this because it's right. You got to bring the same level of energy to these assholes. And you got to get in their face. You got to sit here and go at them. I ain't conceding an inch to these devils. Not an inch.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, there's a lot to say about that. We're basically dealing with a bunch of people who their core strategy really is lying, because lying works. And lying particularly works when you have a press corps that wants to both sides everything and stick to objectivity and not state.
And want to play nice.
Right. Yeah. It's worse than not wanting to play nice. It is actually not wanting to report, quote, a both sides objective framework and not call a thing and a lie a lie. We sat here with the first 2 years of Donald Trump, 2016, 2017, not, being wrapped around the axle of not wanting to call him the liar that he was with regard to President Obama's birth certificate. And they reported it as if it was just news because he was saying it. But when a political party is dedicated to lying and they convince a sizable amount of people that an election was stolen,
totaling $3.8 million through a women's program, but then her trifling ass sued the 8A program by saying, oh, I couldn't apply because I'm not disadvantaged by race. And so now this But you had a white woman in Tennessee who sued the 8A program. The Washington Post has a story. And the judge ruled in her favor. And now, mind you, this white woman started a business, got a $20,000 loan from her daddy, eventually got
We have a bombshell right now. The Department of Justice quietly changed a rule to give Todd Blanche, the Attorney General of the United States, complete discretion over which prisons a federal inmate can serve time in. Essentially, if you oppose the Trump administration, you can now be sent to maximum security prison simply because Blanche wants you to. This has been uncovered by Liz Oyer, the former pardon attorney. And according to Liz, this new rule change would allow Todd Blanche to have discretion to send individuals facing federal prison sentences to any prison that he may want. So if you are protesting ICE, she says, you can be sent to a maximum security prison alongside murderers. simply because that's what the attorney general may want. But if you align with the Trump administration and you have a ton of money to spend, you could buy your way to a halfway house or a lower security prison. That, according to Liz Oyer. Pretty significant stuff. This new rule change went into effect quietly, and the world needs to know about it, so spread the word. Follow along for more. We have a bombshell.
Why do you need to know about that? Let's get into domestic terrorists. There were, I think it was 5 people in Texas who went before a judge who were protesting the ICE facility in Texas, who were deemed to be part of whatever of this thing, of this fake Antifa that the Trump administration wants to report as if Antifa is a real organization. So these 8 people went before a judge for protesting in Texas, and they got upwards of, some of them got over 50 years in jail for protesting in Texas. And we're I didn't even know this was a thing. Hold on. And there, let me see. But I did know that NSPM7 was a thing. I warned you about the NSPM7. So this is in my description box, and let's under domestic terrorists in NSPM7. This is important that you know about this. Now, this NSPM7 thing came out last year, and I was ringing the alarm about the NSPM7. Now, let's go right here. I found this on, what the hell is this? Now they are also going to be charging people from Minnesota as Antifa terrorists as well. Let me go to Ken Klippenstein, who first rang the alarm. I have heard Kyle Kalinske also talk about this. I've heard Breaking Points talk about this, but this has not been fleshed out half as much as it needs to be fleshed out in the United States. The little simple reasons that they are going to determine that if American citizens who are practicing within their rights are domestic terrorists, the ways that they are going to deem you to be a domestic terrorist. Now, understand that there is no such thing as an actual group called Antifa. Antifa is a thought process of being anti-government. A Minnesota quote unquote Antifa terrorists are charged. Federal prosecutors can't explain why or who Antifa is. They can't explain why or who Antifa is because there's no such thing as Antifa. So anything they want to give you this scary. They want to give you this scary title, and they want to say that you are in some type of group that is trying to take down the government just because you protest. And let's see the vague reasons again. Okay, NSPM7 is a scandalously undercovered story. Please subscribe so I can cover it more. Last week, federal indictments of 15 anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota was alleged Antifa members and thus domestic terrorists. It is a masterclass in how the FBI is now practicing pre-crime, which means you have not committed a crime. But the fact that they have prosecuted these 15 people is showing the way in which the FBI have been practicing and mastering these claims to deem you as a domestic terrorist when you have not committed a crime. Practicing a pre-crime arresting normal citizens before they commit a crime or without regards to whether they've committed a crime at all. It is one of the first cases where National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, has been explicitly referenced by the Justice Department as directing arrest, a new practice that began this month. U.S. Attorney from Minnesota, Daniel Rosen, said that the directive established Joint Task Force Vanguard, Joint Task Force Vanguard that is used towards your children. If you are not aware about that, now what does it say? Dan Rosen said that the directive established Joint Task Force Vanguard to prioritize politically motivated violence, which to the Trump administration, of course, means its opponents. The directive, Rosen also said, directs federal investigators to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt those who engage in political violence and intimidation. I feel vulnerable. You're out here protesting and you're making me feel vulnerable and intimidated. All of these vague terms. Rosen was asked at the press conference how the Justice Department defines Antifa and basically had no answer. What is Antifa goes beyond and beyond. I think the scope of what this indictment is, he replied. What is Antifa goes beyond? So his answer was, what is Antifa goes beyond, I think, the scope of what this indictment is, he replied. So he had no answer. But what I can tell you, that is, if we have plenty of people that self-identify in that way, and you might want to ask them that question. He has no idea. He cannot tell you what Antifa is. But he's sitting out here saying that people are out here self-identifying as Antifa. When have you seen anyone at a protest say that they were Antifa? I've heard that the people on the right claim that everybody in a protest is a part of Antifa. They got Antifa. They bust Antifa in. They Antifa. Okay. Let's continue. And as to whether anyone was actually hurt, here too Rosen stumbled. Whether or not they are actually, at the end of the day, cause bodily harm is not the measure of whether or not they committed a serious federal crime, said, sounding like a kid who hadn't done the homework of being called on in class. So I really, now, with hearing that Todd Blanche, these are going to be federal crimes that they are going to be charging you with. Pre-crimes where you haven't committed a crime, where you possibly have not caused any bodily harm. They're saying that is not the measure of whether or not they committed a serious federal crime. And with you now knowing that they secretly have allowed Todd Blanche to be the determining factor of what type of federal prison you go to. You think that Todd Blanche is going to do you like Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been found guilty of exing underage children, along with Jeffrey Epstein, and who was not supposed to be in that Camp Cupcake where he had her put when she refused to give up Donald Trump? You think that he's going to do that to you? Or do you think he's going to put you in some security prison because you are protesting, which is your constitutional right? Understand? They say you ain't got to hurt nobody. Now they can just say that they believe that you are about to commit a crime. Do you understand the seriousness of this? Do you understand that all of this is coming out right before the election? Do you understand that they are test ballooning this case with these convictions that they got in Texas and the sentences that they have given these people in Texas? Some people don't get 50 years for taking a life in this country. Many people don't get 50 years for doing something brutal to children that will fucking mar a child for the rest of their life. You know, they let those people off easy. But these people who are, I didn't follow the cases in Texas. Of course, I can't tell you about these cases in Texas. But what I can tell you is a lot of judges think that the sentences that were handed out in Texas are ludicrous. Some crimes should have gotten some type of probation. But people are serving upwards of 50 years for protesting against ICE in Texas. That's what I can tell you. Okay. No. Okay, let me see. In other words, the federal government is prosecuting a group it cannot even define. The Trump administration war on its opponents finds its solid form in the war on Antifa because President Trump designated Antifa as a terrorist group. If you want to see where he did that, we'll clip right here. Trump declares war on left with domestic terrorist designation. When did that happen? That was reported September 22nd of 2025. Do you understand that? Donald Trump today designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, the first such designation ever, as far as I can tell. In an explainer release, the White House, it says that Antifa terrorist is part of the trend of radical left violence. The title, President Trump isn't backing down from crushing radical left violence, doesn't leave much room for interpretation. Without defining what Antifa, short for anti-fascist, is, as an organization, Trump's executive orders direct the federal government to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle any and all illegal operations conducted by the group. Trump, a previous FBI director, Christopher Wray, said once that Antifa is more of an ideology or a movement than an organization. But in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, national security officials are telling me the Trump administration feels especially empowered to focus its ire on the so-called radical left, even though, as I've written, it isn't at all clear that the alleged Utah shooter was left or right. You can continue to read this. Let's go back to where we were. Now, President Trump designated Antifa as a terrorist group. Counterterrorism rules apply. Think of the modern day FBI objective as preventing another 9/11. And think of that this is the thing that the FBI is up against, trying to prevent another 9/11. What was 9/11? 9/11 when people from other countries came in and did a brutal attack on our country. Now also think of that in the window of who your president has put over all of the 18 intelligence agencies in this country. You know, Bill Pulte of Pulte Homes, Bill Pulte, who doesn't even have a security clearance himself, Bill Pulte, who has never worked in any intelligence agency, has no experience in any intelligence agency. You feel safe now? Your president is bringing to bear on American citizens their own intelligence agencies to put you in jail as domestic terrorists when they don't even have qualified people at any of these at the top of these agencies, and especially at the top of the DNI agency that is supposed to be over all 18 of our intelligence agencies. And who is that going to hurt? Who is that going to hurt? That's going to hurt anybody who actually have the balls to say that they disagree with anything that this dear leader is doing in the United States. All of these overt crimes that this president is doing, all of this grifting and taking money and deals, self-dealing that this president is doing. And you are going to easily be able to be deemed a domestic terrorist if you function within your constitutional rights. They have made it easy for that to happen. This is what I've been warning you about. But and guess who will be able to put you in a maximum security prison, while he got a bitch who was screwing underage girls in a Camp Cupcake? Todd Blanche. That was his handiwork. Going to interview Ghislaine Maxwell as the deputy director of the FBI was way beneath his pay grade. You would send someone way under the deputy director, but no. Todd Blanche went out there personally. Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's former personal attorney, went out and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell personally when it was below what his job would require. But this is the one who is going to make sure that people who dissatisfy Trump so much that he is going to have the ability to determine what type of prison you're going to go to. Well, thank God I got another story about Todd Blanche. I got a couple more stories about Todd Blanche, how some federal judges who are actually trying to fight back against Todd Blanche. Now, a story broke this morning that there are 200 federal judges that have lodged a complaint against Todd Blanche, or substantiated or signed on to a complaint to get Todd Blanche law license removed, if you didn't know that. But we're not there yet. We're right here. We're right here. And Todd Blanche is the one who is going to determine if people who protest, what jails they go to. Okay. If you didn't take this stuff seriously, think of the modern day FBI objective as to preventing another 9/11. That is following the doctrine of the past 2 decades, which is to stop an attack before it happened. Though they don't say it explicitly, Task Force Vanguard is in the business of pre-crime. Under NSPM 7, the feds require no crime to actually have been committed. They only need indicators. The indicators are broad enough to sweep in millions of Americans. Anti-Americanism is one of the indicators that they need. Let's see what the indicators are. The indicators are broad enough to sweep in millions of Americans. If they can say that you are anti-Americanism, what exactly is anti-Americanism? Well, if they put that label on you, they're gonna snatch you off the street and say you are you're a part of Antifa and a domestic terrorist. What is anti-capitalism? If they can say that about you, whatever that is, they can snatch you off the street. You have committed no crime, but this is what they want to label you with. Yeah, you're domestic terrorist, anti-Christianity. I didn't know that there was a law in the United States that didn't allow you to not be a Christian. However, if your government under this administration can deem that for some reason that you are anti-Christianity, they can take you off the street and say that you are a domestic terrorist. What is anti-Christianity? Is anti-Christianity screwing around on your wives with other bitches? Like most of this administration is anti-Christianity. All of these lurid wife swapping and husband swapping parties that go on amongst this Republican Party that have been reported by actual Republicans who were repulsed by it and didn't participate in it. Is that anti-Christianity? Extremism on migration. Is it extremism on migration? Wondering why an immigrant to our country has gone through all of our personal data in the United States government and taken jobs and healthcare away from American-born citizens? Could that be extremism on migration? Could it? Under the guise of getting out illegals, we have a undocumented immigrant who it has been said by his own brother, who was an undocumented immigrant who worked in the United States as an undocumented immigrant himself. Elon Musk's own brother said that they overstayed their visas and he was working as an undocumented immigrant, but had the whole and full audacity to go through our government and hire and fire American-born workers. You know, the same Elon Musk who made threats and through tantrums, the whole welfare queen of our federal tax dollars. This motherfucker who made it where instead of the regular SEC rules and laws, that the laws were changed when his private company was about to enter the stock market. And therefore, now all of these people who, you know, these American-born real American citizens, all of these people, all of their pensions that they have worked their whole lives for are going to be subjected to these billionaires and these investment firms investing in his IPO, that now that it has been brought public, you know, his IPO, that strangely enough that they had a big hoopla about the Chase Bank of the Jamie Dimon was running around the country the week before his IPO was about to go public, and now here it is. Is it a week later? I don't even think it's a full week later that they are talking about how many billions of dollars that Elon Musk is going to have to borrow, and how much money that this new IPO that they talked about is failing by. And all the billions of dollars that he is going to have to buy to make this AI work that they try to tell you is the next best thing. If it's the next best thing, how come it wasn't allowed to seasons like other IPOs that come into the market? And they fast-tracked it so his IPO will have access to 401k funds and to pension funds that are being managed by these wealth funds. People who invest, they're supposed to safely invest. Not go out here and throw your fucking pitching on the motherfucking crap table. But if Elon Musk stock was so good, why wasn't it allowed to have to season for a year? Why did they change the rules from it had to season and be on the stock market before these passive investors would be able to allow these passive retirees, people who are about to retire, before they could join the money, if it was such a good deal? Why did it go from 1 year of seasoning to 3 months of seasoning? Why did it go from 3 months of seasoning to 15 days before your fucking wealth could be lost in Elon Musk's private stock? I'm curious. I wonder why nobody else is wondering why. Okay, though they don't say it explicitly, Task Force Vanguard is in the business of pre-crimes. Under NSPM 7, the feds require no crime to actually have been committed. They only need indicators. These indicators are broad enough to sweep in millions of Americans. Okay, there's that. Oh, I was on extremism on migration. Okay, so this has previously been reported by Ken Klippenstein. It has previously been re-reported by me because I found it crazy. I found it crazy that this is what our government was up to. Hold on. Okay. I apologize. Here we go. So if you guys are not up on NSPM 7, this link is in my description box. Hit on the hyperlink portions, and you can read all about this. This came out September 27th, 2025. Trump's NSPN 7 labels common beliefs as terrorism indicators. That is the second report that Ken Klippenstein did. Common beliefs. With the mainstream media distracted by the made-for-TV drama of James Comey's indictment, Trump has signed a little-noticed national security directive identifying anti-Christian, anti-Americanism views as indicators of radical left violence. Radical left violence. He just didn't say this. He also put this in an executive order. And it's called the NSPM National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. If you want to read the full story, it's right there. Antifa as an indicator is absurd. At protests I've covered over the past couple of years, when I asked people what they thought of Antifa, the answer I've heard again and again from moms, from grandpas, was, I'm Antifa. Some of the protesters were being playful. Some were being defiant. But what they didn't mean was that they were part of some organization. Antifa means anti-fascism. So they were saying, I'm Antifa. I'm anti-fascism. What is Antifa? Me. I'm anti-fascism is the response he was getting. Okay, so some of them protesters were being playful, some were being defiant, but what they didn't mean was that they were part of some organization as Washington imagines it. When I asked them why Antifa, the answer was universal. They are anti-fascist, which is a non-national security terms, which they thought the word simply meant. The confusion has produced mishap that would be funny if the stakes weren't what they are. Like the time the federal law enforcement was convinced it had identified the leader of Antifa, who turned out to be some random guy in Portland, as I reported. Yes, your government said that they had found the leader of Antifa, some random guy in Portland. If you did not know that, this was reported on as well. 29-year-old Chandler Pateley has been regularly protesting outside of his local ICE facility in South Portland for months. Now, if he's 29 years old, how did your stupid government think that he was the leader of Antifa? I'm very curious. So that story is there. If you hit on these underlined this is basically a hyperlink to read the past stories. You need to go over and visit this reporting, because right now, since Todd Blanche is going to be able to determine who goes to what type of federal jail, I think it'll be wise for you to understand what your government is cooking up and what your government is doing. U.S. Attorney Rosen announced at his press conference today a federal indictment was unsealed charging 15 defendants who with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently oppose the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associate of District Action Minnesota. These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. They all joined an agreement a conspiracy to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. Conspiracy sounds to me like an awful lot like civil disobedience or free speech. Note for the instance that the most vivid piece of evidence Rosen actually presented to reporters was a video of one defendant, Kyle Wagner, using the violent rhetoric speech, which sits awkwardly beside Rosen's insistence that nobody was being charged for what they said. So they did nothing. It was they were using your words. They did nothing. NSPM 7 was signed in September of 2025, 3 days after Trump's executive order designating Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. It directs the government to disrupt a network supposedly aimed. Wait a minute. It directs the government to disrupt networks supposedly animated by beliefs that include anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and extremism on migration. Attorney General Pam Bondi implementation memo titled "Ending Political Violence Against ICE" pointed that apparatus squarely at the people accused of impending immigration enforcement. Joint Task Force Vanguard is now the enforcement arm with much broader target. Here's that memo. FBI making a list of American extremists, leaked memo revealed. This is under Pam Bondi's tutelage. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the FBI to compile a list of group of or entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a Justice Department memo published here exclusively. The target is those expressing opposition to law and immigration enforcement, extreme views in favor of mass migration and open borders, adherence to radical gender ideology, as well as anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity. Here is the memo. Let me see. want to see the memo? Let's see the memo. Where's the memo? Hold on, let me gather the memo for you. Give me 1 second. Let me get the memo. Here is Bondi's memo. Don't believe me, just watch. Let's get Bondi's memo. Y'all don't believe me? Let me show you Pam Bondi's memo. This is why you should go over and check out Ken Klippenstein, because he brings the actual facts. Here is the memo. It is a 4-5 page. How many pages? Almost 7 pages. A little over 6 pages. Office of the Attorney General. Here's the memo. Memorandum for all federal prosecutors, law enforcement agency, Department of Justice grant making components from the Attorney General. Subject: implementing national security presidential memorandum 7, countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. On September 25th, 2025, President Trump issued a NSPM 7 titled Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence, NSPM 7, therein citing recent assassination attempts, attacks on law enforcement, and the mass destruction caused by criminal justice rioters. President Trump highlighted the grave threats posed by sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech. Now, what he's doing is trying to silence opposing speech. There is no speech being done on the streets of Minnesota. There was government action. There was no speech being done. And when people came out to use their speech to oppose the governmental actions that were doing, that President Trump was putting on the streets, where all of these ICE agents all over from Memphis to LA to Chicago to Minneapolis. He is the one who's trying to shut down free speech. They were giving their free speech about the actions that the government were taking. Let's be real clear. Anyway, designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity. This is the same man who had Don Lemon arrested for being part of the media and covering the story. Don Lemon and I forget the other woman's name. 2 people in the media were arrested. Let that sink in. But he says that the people who are out here protesting, using their constitutional rights, are the ones who are trying to quell free speech. Listen, we are going to be in a world of trouble come election period. If you think you have seen the half, if you think that you have heard about all of these detention centers, if you don't know that the mass media is not reporting on the number of fucking warehouses that the Department of Homeland Security have purchased, paying over 1,000 times the amount that these warehouses are worth. under the guise of detaining illegal immigrants, when they have been shipping illegal immigrants out of this country day in and day out. Millions of undocumented immigrants have willingly left on their own. Who the fuck you think they have these warehouses up for? Why the fuck do you think that they're paying billionaires for these warehouses, and they're paying over 1,000 times that they are even asking for these warehouses? They are shitting money at billionaires and millionaires to buy up places that can hold between 15 and 18,000 people all over this country. You ain't got to believe me. The information is here. Therein citing recent assassination attempts, attack on law enforcement, and mass destruction caused by criminal justice rioter. President Trump highlighted the grave threats posed by sophisticated organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, change our direct policy outcomes, and prevent the functioning of a democratic society. To combat these growing threats, President Trump directed the federal government to implement a focused strategy to root out all culpable participants, including organizations and funds in all domestic terrorism activities. This guidance memorandum is designed to further mobilize and advise federal law enforcement of the investigative priorities outlined by NSPM 7, defining the domestic terrorist threat. In general terms, the domestic terrorism is a criminal conduct that occurs primarily inside the territory of the United States that involves acts dangerous to human life that appear to be intended to intimidate a civilized population. Influence the policy of government by intimidation or coercion, or affect the conduct of the government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. 18 USC blah 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 blah. Defining terrorism in the context of homeland security to include acts of potentially destructive or critical infrastructure or key resources. For too long, rampant criminal conduct rising to the level of domestic terrorism, for example, organized doxing of law enforcement, mass rioting and destruction of our cities, violent efforts to shut down immigration enforcement, targeting of public officials and other political actors, etc., has been tolerated. For some culpable actors, such as certain Antifa aligned extremists, there are blah 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 blah. Okay, common characteristics of domestic terrorists and organization, as explained, further ideology and paints legitimate government authority and traditional conservative viewpoints as fascist. So they're saying that if you say that what the Trump administration is doing is fascist, well, hey, you are crazy, because these are only traditional conservative viewpoints. And for you to say that what we're doing in this administration is fascist, connects a recent string of political violence carvings on the bullets of a casing of Charlie Kirk assassination bullets read, "Hey fascists, catch Bella Ciao." Now, what do we know about these bullets that were engraved? Now, they did not. These bullets that had all of this engraving on it, while they were taking time to make sure that the bullets were engraved, and they are making laws and putting all these statues up to say that you are against your government. What we know about those bullets that had that engraving on it? They did not put they did not fit the gun that they said was the gun that killed Charlie Kirk. That's what we know about the bullets. But they're talking about the bullets in this memorandum. Prosecuting the most serious, readily provable offenses: assaulting, resisting, or impeding federal officers, publicly disclosing the personal information of a federal agent. Now, obstruction during a civil disorder, conspiracy against rights, conspiracy to impede or injure the officer. Now, what do we know about most of these cases that ICE brought up in front of judges? Most of them, no one from the Department of Justice have even shown up to defend, because most of them have been indefensible. What we also know, the ones that they tried to defend have been thrown out of court with prejudice to never be brought before a court again. You know, like the one where they said that a ICE officer they was jumped on and beat with a broom and a rake and all of this shit. And therefore, they had to shoot they had to shoot the guy. I think he lived though. He lived in Minnesota. Therefore, they had to shoot through the house. There was a brief scuffle. They said the scuffle was about 12 seconds, and two people came out of their houses to help this guy. They didn't come out of the house where this guy was trying to run to get free from this ICE agent that showed no ID or whatever. They said it was a scuffle about 12 seconds. You saw a shovel on the ground that was never picked up by anyone, and then seconds later, it was on the news that these guys had attacked an ICE agent. They beat him with a broom and a shovel. When they finally got to court, did ICE come out and tell you that they lied? That the judge was disgusted in the lie because he had heard this lie broadcast over and over and over again? And none of the fucking shit that these ICE agents are putting in their affidavits are true. To the point that one of the guys who was in on this, I was beaten by a shovel shit, had already had 10 of his lies thrown out of court, ranging on the same type of testimony full of lies about being assaulted. But they're not coming after the ICE agents who are sitting up here. They're paying them, but they are talking about putting you in jail on the words of these people who have proven to be liars. You know, policemen. You know, just look at them as police officers. Hey, what could go wrong? What could go wrong? Hey, it's not like they coming after American citizens. They're coming after the undocumented. They don't have to be as I was just going to say as professional as our police officers have to do when they do the same thing to black people on this is a routine. America should be used to this. We already tenderize the sensibilities of Americans when we do it to black people every day. Why would you have a problem? I mean, hey, they're not even a citizens. Now, have you also heard about how a judge has thrown out all of the cases? You remember how ICE, who was trying to get the worst of the worst, you remember how ICE used to go to court offices and wait outside of courtrooms for people who they wanted you come back and play by the rules. And what were they doing when people show up for their appointed court dates? ICE was standing there outside of the court building to get them before they could get up to their appointed court time, or they were standing there after they left in the hallways. They didn't even make them wait outside. They were in the hallways attacking people who were coming out of court, who were doing it the right way, trying to do it the right way. Y'all don't remember that? Well, a judge has thrown all of those cases out. Not one case of anybody who were apprehended after and before going to a scheduled court date for their immigration can be prosecuted. You to think that would have been common sense? Wouldn't you have thought that was common sense? That obviously these people, if they have it's not like they just showed up and they're going to demand no. Obviously, they had some type of court proceeding going on. But they were allowed to snatch these people who were obviously doing it some type of legal way. Listen. This is what your government is trying to do. Arson, explosive offensive, solicitation to commit a crime or violence. Isn't that a regular crime anyway? All of these conspiracy against rights. Conspiracy against rights. The audacity for ICE to try to deem you a domestic terrorist on a cause of something about conspiracy against rights, when the fact that they are trying to deem American citizens as domestic terrorists for acting within their constitutional rights. Isn't that some fucking bullshit? All of these regular laws that major fraud against the United States, firearm offenses, mail fraud, wire fraud, destruction of government property, assault on a process server, obstruction of judicial or agency proceedings. Isn't that what ICE was doing? Isn't that what ICE was doing when they were waiting outside of court buildings and getting people before they could go into their court proceedings? Isn't that what ICE was doing? Picketing or parading with intent to obstruct the administration of justice. Now, if you're picketing and if you're parading, who is an onlooker looking on to tell you what your intent is? Get the fuck out of my face. How do you prove intent in that? Murder for hire, money laundering. These are regular crimes. They just fill the book with a whole lot of bullshit. So if you want to see that, I'm tired of this. Okay, so let's go back. Let me see if there's anything else that I wanted to share with you. Here we go. Let me go back to Ken Klippenstein. Here we go. Why did I want to? Okay. In addition to compiling a list of undesirable, Bibi directed the FBI to enhance the capabilities and publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American public on, well, other Americans. To that end, Bibi also directed the FBI to establish a cash reward system. Hey, set up a bounty system where other Americans can report their neighbors, their friends, somebody they're mad at, Set up a reward system, Cash Patel, where you will give American citizens a 800 number where they can report fellow Americans. Y'all remember me telling y'all that. And the payouts don't end there. The Justice Department grants are now to prioritize funding to programs for state and local law enforcement to go after domestic terrorism. Now we have our local police officers. They are going after domestic terrorism. When you get pulled over on a traffic citation, you mean the police officer is now going to try to jimmy up charges of domestic terrorism against you? Well, it's going to pay him. I'm pretty sure that will be cooked into the pot of state policing now. Okay. What else? What else? So this is in my description box under domestic terrorist NSPM7. I wanted you guys to know about that because I'm also going to talk about this. What happened in Texas? Shall we talk about the Texas cases? Hold on one second. Let me find it. Here we go. It happened in Alvarado. I think she said Alvarado, Texas. I don't know. Let me share this. This is what happened in Texas. She doesn't flesh out. I see what I don't like about this story is she just really kind of give the allegations. You know how some news agency carry the water and they only report. They do no independent investigation of any of this. Let me share this with you.
Handed down lengthy sentences. The decision new at 4, 8 people convicted in last year's shooting at an ICE detention center in Alvarado learned their fates today. A federal judge in Fort Worth handed down lengthy sentences. The decision fueled protest among those claiming a violation of free speech. Andrea Lucia was inside the courtroom for the hearings. Andrea.
Okay. I remember that shooting. There was something scribed on their bullets as well. They said that these people tried to take the lives of ICE officers. I believe two people lost their lives who were undocumented immigrants that were being held by ICE. So now there was a protest outside of this facility. So the fact that all 8 of these people how this story came about. All 8 of these people were not charged with trying to take any life. All 8 of these people were arrested protesting this ICE facility. Let's be real clear.
Yeah, the shortest sentence that we saw today was 30 years, and that went to a man who was convicted of concealing evidence in this case. Most defendants got
30 years for concealing evidence in this case. Most got 50 years.
Then, of course, you had Benjamin Song, the apparent ringleader of the group, who was sentenced to 100 years in federal prison.
What's the call? Free the law! What's the call? Free the law!
The sentencing hearings were at times emotional. Family members, friends, even a high school history teacher testified to the character of those convicted, and at least 2 of the defendants were visibly crying. Several addressed the court directly, including Benjamin Song. He was convicted for the attempted murder of an Alvarado police lieutenant who he shot in the neck during last year's 4th of July protest over conditions at the Prairie Land Immigration Detention Center. Today, he said he acted in fear only after that officer raised his gun at a fleeing unarmed protester. Song's mother repeated his statement at a press conference outside.
I know I am the person being judged, but I also know that a case like this can become a warning to everyone else. If you speak, if you protest, if you try to protect someone, if you are associated with the wrong idea, you can be turned into a symbol instead of treated like a human being.
A federal jury, though, found Song and 7 others present at the protest provided material support to terrorists, in this case, Antifa. The defendants have maintained they are not members of any group by that name.
The 2 federal judges who split up today's hearings and handed down these sentences defended their decisions, with one of them saying that terrorism and violence are an assault to democracy. We also got statements from several top Trump administration officials praising the sentences. Those include statements from the acting director of ICE, the acting U.S. Attorney General, and FBI Director Kash Patel, who in his statement said, today's sentences show the FBI remains committed to identifying, locating, and dismantling Antifa and its funding networks across the country. Attorneys for the defendants, though, say this case has gotten way too politicized, and they have vowed to appeal it. Reporting live here in Fort Worth, Andrea Lucia, CBS News, Texas.
Iran has exposed the U.S. claims by firmly rejecting the lies on the Islamic Republic's.
Okay, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? I think that is crazy. The guy who shot the cop because he wanted to defend someone who was running away. I thought that Texas loved their guns. Let people defend themselves. But we know in Texas, if you're a certain people, you can't. There's no such thing as self-defense. I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as self-defense if a cop is raising a gun at you, and your back is turned to them, and you can't see them. They're gonna shoot you in the back. So in Texas, where all these stand your ground states and gun-loving states, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and just lose your life at the whim of others. So that is that on that. For him to shoot a cop in the neck, they're going to appeal it. We'll see what happened in the appeal. That's all I can say on that. One side had their story, the other side had their story. Let me make sure that is in my description box. I'm going to put that in the description box under the same thing, domestic terrorists, so you'll be able to find it.
New at 4, 8 people convicted in last year's shooting at an ICE detention center in Alvarado learned their fates today. A federal judge in Fort Worth.
Let me put this there. I think there is something else. It's in my description box under domestic terrorist NSPN7U. I hope you guys check out this domestic terrorist portion of this video, because I believe that a lot of people are going to, this is my personal belief, are going to be affected by this in election time as they try to claim anybody who is protesting anything as terrorists to this country. That's all I gotta say about that. So please avail yourself to this information and stay on top of this, because I have been really talking about this since September, October of last year. Let me see. Here we go. Let me share this with you. I gotta hold on. I know I had another viewpoint of this with more information. It is from the Guardian that says how egregious these sentences were. I was like, where is it? I have it for you here. This link to this Guardian ad will also be in my description box. Here we go, right here. Texas anti-ICE protester convicted of terrorism charges sentenced to at least 50 years in prison. Activists accused of being part of an Antifa get long prison sentence term in case seen as a test of Trump's crackdown on dissident. On dissident. No, actually, his test case on claiming that American citizens are not domestic terrorists. That's what it's a test case of. A group of Texas protesters convicted of terrorism charges are received unusually harsh sentences of at least 50 years in prison on Tuesday in a closely watched case that was widely seen as a test case of Trump administration's effort to crack down on dissent. After a 3-week jury trial, the 9 activists were all found guilty of a slew of criminal charges in March, stemming from a 4th of July protest at an immigration detention facility in Alvarado, Texas, south of Fort Worth. The demonstrators arrived late at night and with a plan to set off fireworks as part of a noise demonstration to show solidarity with those detained inside. A few of the protesters spontaneously broke off from the main group and vandalized cars in the parking lot. A guard shack slashed the tires on a government van and broke a security camera. When a police officer arrived and drew his weapon, one of the activists fired a AR-15 from the woods, hitting the officer in the shoulder. Now, that newscaster said the officer was shot in the neck. So, shot the AR-15 from the woods, hitting the officer in the shoulder, this report said. The officer survived. Benjamin Song, who fired the gun at the police officer, was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Song was convicted of attempted murder on an officer of the United States, as well as firearm and explosive charges. He was also convicted of riot, providing material support to terrorists. He faced anywhere from 20 years to life in prison. Zachary Evans, Autumn Hill, Savannah Bateman, Elizabeth Soto, Megan Morris were sentenced to 50 years in prison. Marcella Ruda, another demonstrator, was sentenced to 70 years. All 6 were convicted of riot, providing material support to terrorists, and explosives charges. Ruda was also convicted of corruptly concealing a document or record. So she got an extra 20 years for corruptly concealing a document or a record. Evers, Hills, Morris, and Ruda were acquitted on attempted murder and firearm charges. They had nothing to do with the shooting, but they are still sitting in jail between 50 and 70 years apiece. Okay. You see they have not been charged with any of the tearing up of the camera, any of all the other crimes that they said. These they arson. They weren't convicted of any of those things. All these other crimes that they said that people broke off and committed other crimes. These people were not convicted of any of these other crimes that they mentioned. No. You see what they were convicted of. The sentences handed down on Tuesday were unusually long, said Barbara McQuaid, a former federal prosecutor who served as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan during the Obama administration. Most officers were sentenced for separate concurrently. Here, it appears that the judge stacked the sentences for each count consecutively. I would have expected lengthy sentences here, more in the ballpark of 15 to 25 years, but nothing like 50 to 100 years, she wrote in an email. Administration praised the sentences. The sentences handed down today make it clear that Antifa terrorists who attack law enforcement and federal facilities. Now understand that one person was convicted of attacking a law enforcement officers. All of the other ones were acquitted. But Antifa terrorists who attack law enforcement and federal facilities will face swift and uncompromising justice. Now, I don't see where any of them were convicted of any vandalism either. So there is that. I hear vandalism was done by people who broke off from the main group. None of these people who are convicted have been convicted of vandalizing this federal building. So there's that. So there is what they are convicted with, how their sentences were stacked, and what you hear from representatives from your government who put all of this in place to be able to hand down these sentences for you protesting. The Trump administration. Okay, Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, said in a statement, their violent extremism has no place in our country. Todd Blanche, did you say anything about the January 6 people? Are you guys who are the people who said absolutely nothing about these January 6 people? Oh, okay. Have no place in our country, and the Department of Justice will continue to aggressively investigate, disrupt, and prosecute those who threaten law enforcement officers or undermine the rule of law. Ooh. The statement song said that he fired at a police officer, Lieutenant Thomas Gross, because Gross had his weapon drawn, and Song believed he was about to shoot a protester. I never want to see good people standing for. I never want to see good people standing for what they believe in, gunned down in the street. He said. And now 21 people have been arrested, have been prosecuted, have been punished for knowing me or being my friend. This is wrong. This is mass punishment, a collective punishment. This is guilt by association. This is injustice. Everett, a mechanical engineer, said in court on Tuesday, the intent of the fireworks was to solely get the attention of people held inside the detention center. He intends to appeal his conviction and a sentence, said Patrick McLean, one of his lawyers. As the witness at the sentences hearing stated, Zach has always been a caring and compassionate man with an accomplished mechanical engineer with no history of trouble with the law or violence. Quite the opposite. He has been a man of peace who has always stood up for those bullied or afflicted, McLean said. Zach continues to give compassionate help in the jail as a detainee, and as we will expect, that will continue until he is cleared of this wrongful. by appeal or pardon. The sentences were absurd, said Amber Lowry, Baton's sister. The case has relied on lies and misinformation from the start, she said, and it is heartbreaking nonetheless, but we will keep fighting to overturn these unjust convictions and to free Savannah and all of the Prairie Land defendants. We will not rest until they are free. The punishment for the protesters exceed the lengthiness sentence given out from the attack on the Capitol of January 6th. Let that sink in. The punishment for the protesters exceeds the lengthiness prison sentence given out for the attack on the Capitol of January 6th. Now, we know that Enrique Torres, the leader of the Proud Boys, and I forget the other guy's name, the leader of the Oath Keeper, they received something in the area of 22 to 26 years in prison. These people have received more time, 50 years. Okay, that's where we're at. Okay. Enrique Torrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, who was convicted of seditious conspiracy, was sentenced to 22 years in prison. Stuart Rose, the leader of the far-right group, the Oath Keeper, was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Oh, I was wrong. It was 18, not 26. Okay. Even though many of the protesters did not know each other or were loosely affiliated, prosecutors said the attack on the officer was premeditated and part of a conspiracy. They also said that activists were part of the North Texas Antifa cell, which was seen as part of the administration's effort to criminalize Antifa, which is not an organization but rather a constellation of left-wing views. During the trial, prosecutors displayed a group of messages from some of the defendants in which they planned the protests and discussed bringing firearms and dressing in all black to prevent themselves from being easily identified. But some of the defendants, like Bateman Elizabeth Soto and her husband Enos Soto, were not involved in the planning, arrived separately at the protest and left when guards at the facilities asked them to do so. Morris stayed in a van. Many of the protesters had carpooled with a cache of weapons and body armor while protesting was ongoing. She later fled from the police when they arrived on scene. She was ultimately arrested after a traffic stop that night. Prosecutors in the case charged and secured convictions of 8 of the 9 defendants for providing material support for terrorists. The 9th defendant, Daniel Sanchez Estrada, was not at the protest, but was convicted of corruptly concealing a document or record after prosecutors said he moved left-wing signs and other materials at the request of Ruda, his wife, and after she was arrested. Sanchez Estrada was sentenced to 30 years in prison on Tuesday. God damn. He wasn't even at the fucking event. This link is also so they don't want you to call them fascists. Call it what you want to. I have been giving you this information, but this is what they're doing. This is what your government is doing when you protest. Now, I didn't know Texas had a big thing about guns, but it seems like obviously now Texas has a big thing about guns. Who knew? I didn't know. I had no idea. Let me see. There's something else I wanted to share with you. This is another story that I was talking about earlier. About, don't you feel safe now? don't you feel safe now that we have Bill Pulte, who's going to be overseeing all of our intelligence agencies? You know, Bill Pulte, when he was put in charge of, the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, he had somebody to go into Letitia James, Adam Schiff, and Lisa Lisa Cook's personal mortgage records. You know, something that they weren't supposed to do. Something that he was so new in the agency. That was the first thing he wanted to do, but he didn't even know how to do it. He had some of his underlings do his illegal. Now, there are no charges for these people who went illegally or went these people's mortgages. Are there no charges for that? But now it doesn't matter. Trump's acting intelligence chief fires dozens of staff members, a report says. So let's see what Bill Pulte is up to since he's took over Tulsi Gabbard's position. Firing comes less than a week after U.S. President appointed Bill Pulte as acting director after Tulsi Gabbard left the post. Now, Bill Pulte was supposed to officially start last Friday. But Bill Pulte came in a day early. Bill Pulte showed up early. He said he wanted to get a lay of the land and see who he needed to get rid of, in essence. So here it is on Wednesday. This story came out on yesterday. Now, Bill Pulte has already fired a gang of people who are responsible for our national intelligence, you know, to make sure that nothing happens like what happened on 9/11. But see, all of the safeguards have been put in to arrest American citizens as terrorists. What has been done to ensure that the actual terrorists who know that our military has depleted our stockpiles of weapons, that we have a fool sitting at the top of our Department of Defense? What is going to happen now? Russia knows this. China surely knows this. Trump's acting intelligence chief fired dozens of staff members. Here's Bill Pulte. Bill Pulte at the center, at the Oval Office of the White House in Washington, D.C. on Monday, photographed by Hakeem Someone. Several staff members have reportedly been fired from the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence, DNI. Multiple outlets have reported. These firings come less than a week after Donald Trump appointed Bill Pulte as the acting director after former director Tulsi Gabbard announced she was leaving the post. Now there is something. There's some interesting stuff that has come out about Tulsi Gabbard as well. Now, who was reporting this? Who was reporting this? Oh my God! There's some reports that Tulsi Gabbard grew up in some type of cult. There are reports that everything that she did as, I think she was a congresswoman, a Democratic congresswoman, before she quit and went over to the Republican side, that they actually have emails of Tulsi Gabbard. She always had to get approval. It is reported that she always had to get approval before she did anything. And there are actually emails actually telling her what she should do and what she should be thinking and this, that, and the other. And then her getting on the floor of the Congress and saying exactly the shit that was in the emails. Y'all didn't know about that about Tulsi Gabbard? Those are the reports with emails to back. I wish I could remember who broke that story. I want to say it's Adam Mogler. But if I'm wrong, who is it? It could be the Young Turks. If I'm wrong, forgive me. But those are the reports. I'll bring them back to you tomorrow. Several staff members have reportedly been fired from the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Multiple outlets have reported these firings came less than a week after Donald Trump appointed Bill Pulte as the acting director of the former directors. Tulsi Gabbard announced that she was leaving the post in late May. According to CNN, which was the first to report the firings on Monday, political appointees with ties to Gabbard were among those purged. ABC News reported that cuts to National Terrorism Center were expected to be particularly large. CBS reported on Tuesday that more than 50 career and political staff members have been dismissed, with 6 individuals fired and 45 sent back to their home agency. The DNI has not responded to the Guardian request for comment on the reported firing. CNN has reported that Pulte, who also leads the Federal Housing Finance Agency, was considering the dismissal of hundreds of staff members on the June 19th, on the same day that he assumed the role of acting director. Remember I told you he came in the Thursday, the day before, to see who he would be firing? I guess he thought that, it's a little too soon. So he gave it the weekend and on Monday. Okay. This is running your government. The National Security, the intelligence agency. The Department of National Intelligence. CNN first. Okay. On Monday, Representative James Hines and Senator Mark Warner, the top Democrats on the House and Senate Intelligence Committee, respectively, sent a letter to Pulte to voice their concerns about Pulte making substantive changes to the DNI, including firing hundreds of people without consulting Congress. Any large cuts would follow on a substantial downsizing that has already occurred in 2025 and risk jeopardizing the mission of an organization explicitly created after 9/11 to prevent any further such terrorist attack, the letter reads. Pulte also faced skepticism from the Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who told reporters on Tuesday that Pulte should contact an analysis at the DNI and only to eliminate the people whose jobs can be either automated or never should have been there. My guess is based on his past experience, he's going to be another hot steaming pot of dog shit. Tillis, who is retiring, continued, I think he's an incompetent psychopath and not the right person to lead the DNI. Oh my God. My guess is based on his past experience, it's going to be another hot steaming pile of dog shit. Tillis, who is retiring, continued, I think he is an incompetent psychopath and not the right person to lead the DNI. And you're undermining ultimately what the confirmed administrator should be doing. Y'all got that? Y'all got that? Y'all got that? I'm gonna put this in my description box under a DNI is not secure. DNI is not secure. There you go. There you have it. These are the people your president is choosing to run this administration. Your president said that he would probably, when he first appointed him to this opening, he said, well, he's thinking about and putting him in permanently. Someone who has no national security experience at all. And obviously, Tillis let him know, and several other Republicans let him know that it would be a cold day in hell before they would nominate him. And then so he let it go. Your president said, "Okay, I'll let that go. He won't be, but I'll leave him in there for a little while. Maybe he'll find something good about the election fraud." So this is who's going to be over the DNI during the midterms. The man who illegally went into mortgage paperwork of Letitia James, the prosecutor who was over the Southern District of New York, who had President Trump prosecuted successfully, and tried to lie and said that she had mortgage fraud, and the case was thrown out. He was the one who suggested that they look into her for mortgage fraud. The fire came from within the house. Bill Pulte. And look where Bill Pulte is sitting now. Even though the lie that he put out on Letitia James has been proven to be a bunch of bullshit. Now he's over the 18 intelligence committees in the whole United States for being a sycophant, willing to do the unthinkable, unqualified. And this is who MAGA routinely cheerleads for. These unqualified people that are running our United States government. I definitely wanted you guys to understand and see that. And probably be just as disgusted in it as I am. Because I tell you. So let me share. Is there anything else I want to share today? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There is some more things I want to share with you today. I want to share with you. How's Elon doing? Y'all heard from Elon? Elon been doing good. He a trillionaire. How the trillionaire doing? Huh? Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we are, right here. Totally autonomous. That is what Anthropic did not want to give the Pentagon by way of their AI. They did not want the Pentagon to be able to use their AI in the war or any of a war. They didn't want it to be totally autonomous, which means that the AI could strike and create strikes and choose or what they were going to strike. So what is this? I don't want that. What is this? Why is it doing this? I don't want that. I want this. Hold on. So let's get into this. Pentagon officials admit Musk AI tool Grock was used to help fire 2,000 munitions at Iran. The Defense Department chief AI officer said that U.S. military used a Grock model to help deploy over 2,000 munitions to 2,000 distinct targets in Iran within 96 hours. Did you guys know that? Now, Pete Kegbreath was ready to throw Anthropic out of the Pentagon because they wouldn't allow them to unilaterally let their AI choose the targets and deploy themselves on the target with hold on 1 second. This is going to be in the this is in my description box under Grock shoots 2000. How about that? So, Anthropic did not want to allow the Pentagon to allow their AI to just shoot willy-nilly whatever their AI chose to shoot. Do you think that Elon Musk was as controlled as Anthropic? Do you think that Elon Musk had any principles that prevented him to allow Grock, who, if Grock is able to actually go out and identify and shoot different military installations? Do you think that Grock was, do you think that Grock held out and said, hey, I need a human to approve this? You think that Grock was so demure? What about this thing about this girls' school? Understand, they tried to say that Iran did it at first. They tried to say Iran struck the girls' schools to try to make you think that Todd did something to set up something. They tried to make you think that Iran did it. And then you come to find out, not only did they strike the girls' school once, they did a double tap. The double tap that everybody's not dead, so they'll tap it again to make sure everybody's dead. Now, do you think that it's possible, since Grock did this in the first 98 hours of this Iran strike, do you think that Grock was autonomously allowed to make strikes, and could one of these strikes be on this girls' school? Do you think that the simple fact that every time your administration is asked about to get clarification on this girls' school, the last time they were asked about it, your president got right indignant about asking, why did you ask about that? Oh, what are you asking about that at this time? It's still under investigation every time they ask about it. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Let's get into this. A Pentagon official revealed in a court filing earlier this week that the U.S. military used a version of trillionaire Elon Musk's artificial intelligence tool, Grock, to help carry out attacks on Iran. Cameron Stanley, a Pentagon chief digital and AI officer, wrote in a sworn statement to a federal court in Mississippi that the U.S. military relies on derivatives of Musk's run XAI commercial offering known as the Grock Gov model. The model, which is used within the Pentagon Maven Smart system, enabled U.S. forces to deploy over 2,000 munitions to 2,000 distinct targets within 96 hours during the Operation Epic Fury. That was the opening operation, the start of the illegal war against Iran. The Trump administration's name for the illegal war the president launched against Iran in late February. Stanley's statement came as part of a lawsuit that the NAACP, the NAACP brought against XAI earlier this year, accusing Musk company of illegally operating dozens of polluting gas turbines for its Colossus 2 data center, which powers Grock. Defending XAI, Stanley claimed that his Stanley claimed in his statement that if Grock cannot be deployed, refined, and upgraded across the Pentagon due to either limitations in energy supply or limited reserve compute capabilities, such as those requested by plaintiffs in this matter, the many tools deployed by military and civilian personnel alike, which rely on Grock Gov models, would be severely impacted. So if we had to continue to answer to you, the big shit that we do would be severely impacted. So why are you asking questions? The Defense Department acknowledged shortly after launching its assault on Iran that the U.S. military was leveraging a variety of advanced AI tools to help shift through vast amounts of data in seconds so our leaders can cut through the noise and make smarter decisions faster than the enemy can react. So everything was going fast. The girls' school was stuck. Fast. Was the girl school struck fast? So they got through the noise and make a smarter decision faster than the enemy can react. Well, if the enemy doesn't have time to react, did the U.S. military have time to react to these fast decisions that they were making? Is what I want to know. Since they are concerned to making a decision so fast so the enemy don't have time to react, who's reacting to these decisions that they are making? Is it only AI? I'm curious. We need answers. In a March 12th letter to the Pentagon Secretary Pete Kegbreath, a group of more than 120 House Democrats demanded details on the role of AI in selecting targets, assessing intelligence, and making legal determinations during the Operation Epic Fury. The lawmakers specifically asked whether AI tools were used to identify an Iranian elementary school as a target. Goddamn. On the first day of the Iranian war, the U.S. military bombed a girls' school in southern Iran, killing more than 150 people, mostly young children. Stanley's statement did not identify any of the 2,000 distinct targets he said were attacked with the help of the Grock model. How convenient. He didn't identify any of the targets. How convenient. How convenient of you, Stanley. If you guys didn't know about this, this is going to be in my description box under Grock Shot 2000. I'm pretty sure we are going to hear a little bit more about what Elon Musk and Grock has been up to. I'm pretty sure there should be more coming. While your president wants to pretend like he doesn't know. Why are you bringing that up? Let's get into the Elon Musk of it all, shall we? Let's get into his ass a little bit. Let me share this with you. Has it been a week? I don't think it's been a week. They want us to worship these billionaires, and these billionaires are nothing but welfare queens. A fucking immigrant that wasn't born to this country. and who they want to make a trillionaire, and they cannot tell you any improvement that this person has made to the universe. Nothing. He's up to 14 children now. Oh, what? I don't know. God knows how many baby mamas. This sure is strange. He's a welfare king with a whole drove of baby mamas, and they want to treat him as he is some excellent individual. And they suck shit out of his ass with a straw as he sit on TV and can't put two sentences together because he appears to be so whacked out on ketamine. But they want to demand that your pension be milked out, your 401k be milked out on his project, as he is able to suck on the government's dick for his nourishment. But he wants everyone else. He wants you to starve. Is this a man who is responsible for the attack on the Minab girls' school? I'm curious.
By SpaceX, and let me show you guys the latest. SpaceX sheds $400 billion in market value as debut rally hits reverse. You heard that correctly, $400 billion. This is in one day, which is absolutely insane. And if you're like, okay, how big is this? Well, it's the second biggest in history, one day drop. SpaceX $400 billion drop is one of the biggest valuation wipeouts on a record. And then basically all of these majors to the downside have just been the last couple of years by big tech companies, be it NVIDIA, SpaceX, Microsoft, and Apple and Broadcom. And this is a real warning sign. We are facing bubble and just overstretched valuations and just too much leverage in the market. So there's that. And then it was funny, Bloomberg even calculated even more crazy. SpaceX falls for third day. Okay, he raised $600 billion in market value. And I think they were going from like the very, very top to where we are now. And then CNBC is saying SpaceX drops more than 3% following the $400 billion sell-off. This is the chart live as of recording. So it closed 154 yesterday, down 16%. And then as of recording in the pre-market, it's down 3%. So you can write down where the price is and how far you're down by the time you see this video. But it's looking like that if you bought the SpaceX IPO right when it went public IPO, you are underwater. Because I remember it opened up around like 150, 155, something like that. And so if it indeed goes 149, I mean, like everyone's underwater. It's pretty insane when you're watching this stuff. And then you get stuff like this, Elon Musk and net worth. Now, this puts him at still over $1 trillion, but I don't think this has been updated yet. So he may lose trillionaire status, and that'll probably be the headlines today. Elon Musk is the first trillionaire to lose being a trillionaire, and maybe he'll be bouncing up and down. But in my opinion, I think it's mostly going to be down because it's like his companies are bubbles, effectively, right? You could also call pyramids if you want to say that. It's a big pumping thing. And I want you to understand, though, this is global. It's not just like one or two companies. This is a global market crash is what we're looking at. NASDAQ futures tumble, led by tech stocks as Micron drops 9%. Ouch. South Korea's Kospi falls 10%. This means the whole market over there. That's where I'm at, actually. And it says live updates. And the Micron thing must have just happened because I'm just seeing this now for the first time. So you're starting to see multiple effectively chips, AI stocks, and that kind of thing take a hit. In Korea, the two big stocks are SK Hynix and Samsung. And
see, thing that I don't get about this, I think that it's a time for us as citizens to put our fucking foot down about all of this AI bullshit. Here we go.
Something like that. Okay, that's from their IPO. And then immediately, like the next week, they're like, hey, we're going to do a $20 billion bond. And it's like, what? And then they're going on about how there's going to be a bunch of cash burn in this company for the next couple of years. And whether or not they'll be profitable is anyone's guess. And the reason why this...
When you're doing bonds, you don't have any cash.
This actually came out, and I thought this was a pretty crazy in itself. This is from Bloomberg. It says a lot of leeway. SpaceX's high-grade debt brings out skeptics. Long story short, they go IPO. They raise, I think it was like 85 billion, something like that. Okay, that's from their IPO. Immediately, like the next week, they're like, "Hey, we're going to do a $20 billion bond," and it's like, what? And then the talk going on about how there's going to be a bunch of cash burn in this company for the next couple of years, and whether or not they'll be profitable is anyone's guess. And the reason why this says lots of leeway is because, you know, some people are questioning how did they get their credit rating from Moody's. It seems kind of questionable there, right? Let me read it. You can hear it for yourself. Make up your own mind. It says last week, Moody's gave Elon Musk SpaceX, despite a limited public financial record, quote, sustained negative free cash flow and years of heavy capital spending still to come. Okay, the same Baa rating, right? It is in many ways a testament to just how much trust credit markets are putting in Musk and the almost fantastical scope of his ambitions. Okay, reusable rockets, a globe-spanning satellite network, artificial intelligence, and even data centers in space. And then this says supposedly bond investors are lining up to provide the company about 20 billion of financing and potentially more. Wow. Maybe. Here's more. S&P, which grades SpaceX one notch lower than Moody's at triple B, expects the company to remain cash flow negative until 2030. Again, cash flow negative until 2030, with the burn rate rising sharply next year. And again in 2028, it's like, okay, we just want IPO and it's like you want to borrow more, I guess. To help finance SpaceX is expected to lean much more heavily on debt, with borrowings climbing to 132 billion in 2028. Wow. That's up from close to zero now after adjusting for cash and lease liabilities, according to S&P. So I didn't know about this 132 billion that's projected for more borrowing, but this tells you the story, right? And if, you know, just play devil's advocate here. Let's say you're an Elon Musk fan. You say, "Oh, Chris, you're just so dumb. You can't read at all. You're just a moron," right? Okay. So in that world, that means you think you should be able to borrow billions and billions and endless money, right? Borrow forever and burn cash forever because someday you're going to be profitable on Mars. That's the bet. Or someday those data centers in space are going to be profitable for you. That's the bet. This is how ridiculous this thing is. It's, and any reasonable person can be like, okay, I'm kind of questioning whether or not data center space will ever be profitable. And I laugh because here's the thing. Elon Musk followers are morons, right? There's two groups, actually. There's a group that are the morons and the other group that are smart enough to know that it's all BS, but they're in it to basically scam the morons. And it's sad when you tell people the truth because they get really upset. What do you mean? What do you call me a moron? Elon Musk is really rich. Like that's their justification. And it's kind of like, you know, hey guys, you know, your bookie's really rich.
What's really sadder, I think what's really sadder in this whole situation is they have made it easier for him to lose the fortunes in the retirement pensions and 401k of people who have worked all their lives. That's what I think is disgusting. Under this gimmick that we must have AI. If we must have AI, and if we are not profiting from the investment that we're putting in AI, you put your own money in AI. This is what I find disgusting about it. Shit, this shit is egregious.
Rich, your mob boss is really rich, right? I'll make it even more simple. The guy in the street corner who does the, you know, the 3 cups in the ball, and you guess which one? Hey, he's really rich from scamming you. Wow, that's great. But a lot of this stuff, it's like, it's insane. You know, you're not going to Mars, and if you want to, I mean, I guess you should give all your money to Musk and go there yourself and see how that turns out for you. And this is what it is right now. People want their money back, actually, in fact, in funds. So while you got the bubble in AI, you got people like, hey, I need my money out of this stuff. Apollo curbs withdrawals. So no money for you. After exit requests hit 17%, reigniting fears over private credit liquidity. And you keep hearing this story. You got these funds scattered around. It was even some of the bigger ones. I think it was, if I remember correctly, I believe it was BlackRock. So we've talked about this, and they had like this big fund that did this kind of stuff, and it was even on leverage also, and they had to freeze withdrawals basically. And this is yet another.
Yes, it was BlackRock. I just talked about it 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yes, it was BlackRock.
And it's just like every couple of days.
Now they have not even opened up Elon Musk for his big investors to pull their money out. That's coming sometime in August, and they are supposed to have 3 dates when these billionaires are going to be able to pull their money out of this, and then they're going to be really depending solely on the many millions of Americans. But they could have had many more millions of Americans that had pension plans and 401k plans. But these greedy executives totally diminished the ability for the working class to even have pension funds. The pension funds are for people who have been working at least 30 years. That's when pensions plans were a regular thing, and they were becoming semi-regular back then. All you got a bunch of fucking gig jobs, and we got more billionaires in this country, and all you got is a bunch of big gig jobs, and they want to tell you about how the economy is growing. A gig job, you have no health care and no motherfucking retirement funds. More money to steal off of. If so many American companies didn't stop allowing for their workers to have a decent retirement, because they wanted to buy a bigger yacht to fuck these young bitches who only want them for their money. But I digress.
You'll hear this, and I know it doesn't make like major news because it's not exciting. People want to talk about, hey, you know, space data centers, we're all going to be rich, and look at these great robots. Oh my God, it's so great. We're going to replace everybody. But behind the scenes, you got these like weird credit rating things. You got these, you know, rumors like, hey, I think he's going to borrow 132 billion. They're going to be burning money for the next couple of years. Oh, but I swear, guys, it's going to be worth a lot of money. And it's just like, it doesn't add up. There comes a point where it just doesn't add up anymore. Because you got to prove at some point that all this data centers and stuff like that and all this borrowing is, you're going to be able to pay it back and you know, have a profitable company, you would think. Because if not, then our whole, you know, financial system is a fraud, which basically what Elon Musk is running. It should be obvious to anyone. Big tech leads sell-off in global stocks, right? That's going on. And even over at SoftBank, they're even starting to call out the Musk scam. This is this morning. Masayoshi Son dismisses Musk's idea for orbital data centers. You think? I'll read a little bit of this. SoftBank Group founder Masayoshi Son said there's little merit, he says, to building data centers in space, as championed by Elon Musk, predicting that the AI race will be clinched by computing resources on Earth. Okay. The main advantage of building data centers in space would be to slash electricity costs. I guess the idea is you're going to put a bunch of solar power up there, theoretically. But such expense comprise a small fraction of the cost of operating data centers compared with the hardware-like chips. Son said during an annual shareholder meeting for SoftBank Mobile Unit on Tuesday, so he's telling all these people publicly, the trade-off for any power cost reduction would include higher fees for transport, right? You got to get it into space. Maintenance is going to be tough and communication delays, but I just laugh because the whole thing's stupid. And then you have the problem with you're going to have really, really big radiators to keep these things cool. So there's that. And then you got this one, U.S. tech stocks set to slide as AI rout hits global peers. So basically it just feeds off each other. Everyone's like, oh my God, did you see what happened in the Korean market, right? And also you may have people who got money tied up in both markets and basically start liquidating. I think there could be a lot of Chinese money that's exiting markets as well, because I've been seeing stuff to where It looks like the government is calling money back, basically. For example, this says Tencent is said to mull exits from game studios like Marvelous, however it is. And then it goes on to say, I think that one's in Japan. And I saw something recently where, again, China's like telling people, like, get your money home, basically. Tencent is negotiating exits from several game studios investments in Japan, right? So again, this won't be a huge news in U.S. news or whatever, but I just want to understand where the money's flowing. Because actually there's a lot of Chinese money. It's not just Chinese money, but just foreign money in Korean markets also. And that's been our news, to where I guess a lot of foreign sellers are getting out of the Korean market. There's like, okay, I played it up. It's been fun while it's lasted, and they sold like.
But what do you hear from your brother? The stock market is doing fine. Your 401k fund is doing fine. Nothing. But bumbling bullshit from a bumbling idiot. This link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. Under AI bubble bursting. Let's go to some more things that I found that was interesting about that they are to get you up about. Let's see.
Alright guys, so the global implosion is here. It has begun, and all assets are now under serious threat. And as we said many times, the Iran war has done too much damage to many parts of the global economy. Inflation is high, people, they're going broke, companies, they're being stretched to their absolute limits, and Trump is still trying to force an outcome that suits him, despite the risk to the global economy. This is insane. He's willing to risk a global depression to prevent a nuclear threat that only exists in his own mind.
Are you willing to risk economic catastrophe and strike Iran
Well,
again?
not the way I'm doing it. It's not going to cause depression.
Yes, but if they don't abide by the
Well,
memorandum of
nuclear weapon
understanding.
supersedes depression. Depression's real bad. Nuclear weapon will cause depression much more quickly. The way we're doing it, we have the opposite of a depression. We're doing really well.
Now, the US government says 50 ships are passing through Hormuz, but the live tracker data tells us a completely different story. According to real-time shipping data, 0 ships crossed over the last 72 hours. The oil shortage is still very much alive. Even UBS data confirms the reality on the ground. At most, 5 to 10 ships have crossed over the last few days. Oil prices did collapse from $90 down to $80 briefly, but that price move is completely unwarranted given the actual volumes. 90% of normal ship traffic is still not crossing. The crude volumes reaching global markets, they're still far below what the world actually needs. Now, the oil crisis is far from being resolved, and there's always a meaningful probability that the US-Iran talks might just collapse. Now, if that happens, we move closer towards a total economic implosion. And we haven't even begun accounting for the time it takes to restart all the oil wells that were shut down during the conflict. Now, Bank of America is now telling everyone that inflation is going to get unambiguously worse. CPI is expected to hit higher in both June and July, and it's going to hammer consumers globally.
Now, you notice that he wanted to get rid of the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. He bitch and moaned, bitch, and moaned about getting rid of the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, to the point where that snake Bill Pulte tried to get the governor of the Fed, a black woman, Lisa Cook, to lose her job because he had someone go illegally go through her mortgage paper and accuse her of doing mortgage fraud. They did fire her, only having to rehire her. Now you notice that when Jerome Powell term was over, Jerome Powell has stayed your president's hand-picked new Fed chair said that he was going to leave. He was mad at Jerome Powell because Jerome Powell wouldn't lower the interest rate. Remember how many times? Well, too late, Jerome Powell. He won't lower the interest rates. It's going to be too late because all of the fuck ups that he was doing with those tariffs and demanding that Jerome Powell reduce the interest rates to try to make it seem like what he was doing wasn't fucking up the economy. Now his handpicked a Fed chair has said that he's going to leave the interest rate where they are, his first go out, and he also has speculated that the interest rates in the United States will more than likely go up 3 more times this year. Not remain the same. The interest rates, the rate of interest that you are going to have to pay out on all of your extending bills is going to go up 3 more times this year. Well, I trust him. I trust him. I trust what he says. But he was going up to the federal building and bringing up fake paperwork, trying to have a gotcha moment with Jerome Powell, all of that idiocy. A black woman almost lost her job about all of this bemoaning and crying because this president has fucked off this economy.
And break the US bond market even further than the damage it has sustained to hit higher in both. Now, Bank of America is now telling everyone that inflation is going to get unambiguously worse. CPI is expected to hit higher in both June and July, and it's going to hammer consumers globally and break the US bond market even further than the damage it has sustained. Now, Bank of America is also forecasting 3 Fed rate hikes this year. 3. So we have gone from 0 hikes expected to 1 hike next year to now 3 hikes this calendar year, 2026. And this means interest rates could climb from 3.75% all the way to 4.5% at minimum, probably even hitting 5% before this cycle ends. Now, the Fed really only has 2 tools available to fight inflation: hiking rates or cutting their balance sheet through quantitative tightening. And both are deflationary. Both makes money more expensive to borrow. Both create spending. And both are headed towards the US economy at the exact same time. The stock market is a forward-looking instrument, and they are now pricing this disaster in real time. The implosion started with Asian markets that opened first, and the wipeout is really, really severe. Over 800 billion in global market cap has already evaporated. South Korea's index is down over 8% in a single session. Japan's Nikkei has crashed by nearly 3%. Taiwan stocks are down 3.5%. The semiconductor bubble that we have been warning about for months is starting to pop right in front of our eyes. Now, over the last 6 months, semiconductor stocks flew up by over 200%, an insane gain driven entirely by all this AI hype and the data center build-out race. So companies like Micron and Samsung, they were raking in a lot of profits. But 3 Fed rate hikes, the threat of that changes the entire outlook, the entire equation for that trade entirely. Now, semiconductor companies were generating those profits because data centers needed chips at any cost. But if rates go up by 75 basis points or more, the hyperscalers can no longer borrow cheaply enough to keep build out data centers at the current pace. The demand driver for chips disappears and 200% gains evaporate fast. And the reason every market globally is collapsing simultaneously is because this bubble is truly worldwide. There's no region that isn't really exposed to this mess, no safe corner to hide in. Now, JP Morgan is explicitly warning about the concentration risk in chip makers. Global indexes are stuffed with these overvalued companies. The market cap to revenue ratio for chip makers have gone above 6 times. That's double the equivalent ratio for the Max 7. And the Max 7 is already considered very, very, very expensive. But retail money piled in anyways. More than $12 billion of retail investor money just flooded into the semiconductor sector in a single week, and everyone believed that it's going to go to the moon. The problem with that kind of retail concentration is what happens when everyone decides to leave at the exact same time. It's going to look extremely ugly, extremely fast. Now, nobody believes the narrative Trump is trying to feed the world right now, because if they did, markets wouldn't be crashing as we speak.
And their first level of leaders gone, their second level of leaders gone, their third level of leaders, you have who president? Well, I don't want it. Nobody wants to be president. And then we have to read that they're doing well. They're doing so badly. In the meantime, we're setting records. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. We have 18 to 19 trillion dollars being poured into our country. We're building factories all over the place.
Where are these factories being built all over the place? I keep asking, where all over the place are these factories being built? Can someone help me? Please, someone help me.
We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country at higher salary.
That is such a blatant lie. So this link is in description box. How is the economy going? A link. You can go over there and peruse it. It is under the AI bubble bursting. If you don't think it's real, okay, I'm just giving you the information. Now, what else did I want to share with you? What's going on with Iran? Now, your president said that he's going to save farmers, and the Iranians are going to going to buy corn and soybeans and all of this. All of this doesn't seem to be true. So Iran said, before you take anything seriously that your president said, you may want to actually read the memorandum of understanding. You know, the thing that your president has not put out on Lie Social. You know, your president has time to trot out the DOJ with bullshit prosecutions of people that he's going to prosecute. And they are talking about giving these people who they have arrested for touching the water in the swamp of a pool that he has up there. They're talking about giving these people up to 10 years in prison. Did you know that? This is what your president is talking about doing. Because he is so disgusting. He is so inept at doing his job correctly. So therefore, these have to be Antifa. Who are they? They are Antifa. What did I just read to you all? Most of my show, what they want to do with Antifa, people who they can loosely and easily say are Antifa, domestic terrorists, because he chose his big fat buddy, his greaseball buddy, who had already been in a scandal with John Trafficant. I think he already served jail time, if I'm not mistaken. Who got a no bid contract. Now all of a sudden, regular citizens who see that blue flapping and they actually touch it, he wants them to spend at least 10 years in jail. Do you believe that more people are working than ever before in this United States of America? Let's get into it.
Iran has exposed the US claims by firmly rejecting the lies on the Islamic Republic's ballistic missile program. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian today said in Pakistan that there was absolutely no way Iran would discuss its ballistic missile program. Iran has also rejected American claims on the country allowing IAEA inspection of its nuclear sites. The deranged occupant of the White House has said that the difference between Venezuela and Iran was that the latter was a Muslim country. The US Senate has voted to curb Trump's war powers on Iran. And A UN Commission of Inquiry has finally said that Israeli barbarians are indeed committing genocide in Gaza by deliberately targeting children. Protests in Albania are turning violent against the illegal sale of an environmentally protected island to Trump's daughter and son-in-law. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, another proof of the Israeli control of the UK Parliament. The UK Parliament was forced to discuss the Israeli influence on British politics, but Israeli stooges in Parliament hijacked the debate by crying anti-Semitism. So please stay tuned. So it seems Israeli lapdog Trump and his minions, including J.D. Vance, want telling us the truth over the outcome of the Switzerland talks. Remember how we were told that Iran had agreed to let the IAEA inspectors inspect its nuclear facilities in exchange for access to its frozen funds in Qatari banks. Vance also added that even then, Iran was not going to be able to use its own money as it desired. We were also told that Iran had agreed to discuss its ballistic missile program. But the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, today made it clear that the question doesn't arise. His argument was simple. Iranian ballistic missiles were what stopped the US and Israeli terrorists from turning the Islamic Republic into another Gaza. He was speaking in Pakistan. Here is the English voiceover done by Kibriya.
We will never surrender, and there would never be. If we didn't have the missiles we built to defend ourselves, Israel and the US would have plowed Iran like they did Gaza, sparing neither old nor young. They talk about human rights, it's a big lie. And if we couldn't defend ourselves, they certainly wouldn't have spared our country and would have destroyed our power. Therefore, we will never ever negotiate with anyone about our defensive capabilities.
Trump was asked about the Iranian denial on the outcome of the Swiss talks. As expected, he effectively called the Iranian liars.
Iranians are saying there's no scheduled visit for the IAEA inspectors. Is that part of your agreement?
They're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They know they're wrong. They told us inside, and we have it down 100% inspections. And if they were right, I'd cancel the meetings right now.
And Iran said there's no reason.
From your view, Mr. President, when will those inspectors actually be on the ground?
At the appropriate time. At the appropriate time. There's no rush, but they'll be on the ground at the appropriate time.
Remember, only a few weeks ago, this delusional fool from the White House wanted Iran's
There's no rush. But when J.D. Vance came out, he told you that they were trying to call Iranian the inspectors at 2 and 3 in the morning, and they got zero answers, nothing. If the Iranian inspectors were a part of a meeting, would they be having to try to contact them at 2 and 3 in the morning? Was this an idea that they got at 2 and 3 in the morning? As they sent Larry, Joe, and Mo, the three stooges, to negotiate with Iran to get absolutely nothing?
Complete surrender. Today, he was sharing his joy on just signing a peace deal with Iran.
As you know, we just achieved a historic peace agreement with Iran to end the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, yesterday, 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait of Hormuz, a very beautiful place. That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. No, it's never been any, you've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gush. And most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did it. I did it for this reason, 99% for this. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. But remember, this wasn't easy. We had 47 years worth of presidents and other people, other countries too. We're not the only one that never did anything. They were the bully of the Middle East. And now we're leaving Iran with no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no missile capability, no nuclear program. We're leaving them without any nuclear capacity, and they've agreed to that. And we're getting along quite well, although if you read the fake news, you never know. Think of it.
But what about the jellyfish? Are you leaving them with the jellyfish drones? Did you guys hear about the pilot that down? Now, did you understand that was his second time getting a shot down in this Iranian war? He said that he was surrounded by a master drone with that had legs like a jelly, similar to a jellyfish that surrounded him. Y'all hear about the jellyfish drones that Iran has? Maybe they don't have an air force or a navy because their navy was so old and depleted. But when they get all of these billions of dollars that they're going to get for selling oil, you're leaving them depleted, and you're giving them the opportunity to sell all of their oil without sanctions. Oh, you did what? You enriched them to get a whole new military structure? Is that what you did? Is that what you did? I guess all of you, them yokos, like, ooh, they ain't got no more navy. Yeah, their Navy and their Air Force was over 30 and 40 years old, but they were still shooting American planes out the sky. Yeah, we left them with no radar. Was that why y'all was scared to fly over their land after so many of our aircraft were getting shot down? Because y'all knew y'all shut down all of their radar? Is that why y'all wasn't flying over their land? I'm curious. You know, all of them fighters that weren't even supposed to be able to be picked up on radar. Is that why y'all stopped flying them over their land? I'm curious. I'm curious. But what about the jellyfish? We're going to get to the jellyfish later on.
Fake news. They have no army. They have no navy. They have no air force. They have no anti-aircraft. We can fly over Tehran just at will. Nobody going to do anything to us. And then I read the fake news that they're doing quite well. They're not doing quite well. These people right there, look at all of them. Whoa. 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 That's a lot of press. That's almost as much press as Bo had at the White House last week when he knocked out his opponent in the first round. Right? I think you had more. Bo had more press. But the Iran economy has been crushed, and their defense industrial base has been damaged so severely that it'll take them many years to rebuild, many, many years. And now we're trying to work out a deal that's fair.
He then told his audience at a public event that the difference between Venezuela and Iran was that Iranians were Muslims, whatever that is supposed to mean. But this Israeli slave wanted to replicate Venezuela in Iran.
Your country, 91 million people, and much different ideology. The ideology of the Muslims is slightly different than the ideology of the Catholics. We have the Catholics and the Muslims, slightly different. But Venezuela's been great and Iran's been great. I mean, you know.
Trump's Secretary of Treasury, Marco Rubio, too rejected the Iranian claims on the IAEA inspection of his nuclear facilities.
On Iran, sir. Okay.
Yesterday, the Iranians said that they had not agreed to the inspection of IAEA, contradicting what Vice President Vance said. What is your understanding of what?
Well, we know what they agreed to. I don't know why they have to say the things they say. Whatever their internal or domestic politics is, I guess they'll navigate it. But we know what they agreed to do, and now they'll either do it or they won't. And if they do, the process moves forward, and if they don't, the president will have some decisions to make.
We know what they agreed to. You didn't even say yes, they did agree to. You couldn't even tell that lie. Yes, they did agree to it. We don't have to question what they agreed to it, because the memorandum of understanding should clearly tell you what they agreed to. Who's hiding it? Who's hiding it? Why did Iran say, don't believe what you hear? Believe what you read in this memorandum.
This rabid supporter of the Gaza genocide is in the UAE to salvage ties with key Arab states after they were let down by Trump during the Iran war. While Trump was busy gathering all his resources to protect the settler colony, the Arab countries were left to fend for themselves. Some experts believe that Rubio's trip may have been designed to placate America's old Arab allies.
America as a strategic ally that can be relied upon is now very much in question in the GCC. And to be fair, yes, it is about the outcome of this war, an inconclusive outcome from an American perspective, to say the least. But it also has a much longer track record. It's Obama with the JCPOA and the nuclear agreement with Iran not having coordinated and consulted with the GCC. It is the first Trump term and not coming to the defense of the GCC after Iranian drones were landing on Saudi oil fields in Aqiq and Shaiba. It is also Biden and the pariah comments and not wanting to shake hands in Riyadh. It's all the above culminating with the outcome of this war. So for these Gulf countries, it needs to be all about détente in the short term. They need to come to accommodations with Iran because they do not fully trust the United States. But longer term, it's not just détente, it's also deterrence. They have to stand up their own military capabilities to get to the very challenges and the very issues that you asked about, which is those drones that menace their skies and these ballistic missiles that President Trump right now doesn't seem to think is much of a problem.
This is on a day a UN commission finally said what we have been saying all along, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. But genocide-loving compromised politicians from the West and their propaganda outlets such as the BBC, Sky News, CNN, New York Times, Fox News, Guardian, and the list goes on. They would still want to hide Israeli savagery in Gaza. That is the reason why they are quick to jump every time a guest mentions that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. And returning to Iran, not just Pezeshkian, even Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi has said time and again that the US simply could not be trusted.
We are interested in negotiation, but only if the other side is serious and is in line of real negotiations. We have no trust to Americans. This is a fact. And this is the main obstacle in the way of any diplomatic effort. I think all of you know that we have every reason not to trust Americans, while they have no reason not to trust us. In 2015, we made a nuclear deal with Americans together with other members of the Security Council and Germany. But only 1 year after it was concluded, the new US administration, which was the first term of Trump administration, withdrew from that deal with no justification, with no reason. And then in 2025, in June, again, we entered into negotiation with them. After 5 rounds of negotiation, they decided to attack us. And we had 12 days of war in last year. This year again, they offered negotiation. And the US delegation confirmed that, yes, we made significant progress today. And hopefully we can conclude a deal very soon. But only 2 days after, on 28 February, they made an aggression together with Israelis against my people. So the most important issue right now is the question of trust. We cannot trust Americans at all.
Meanwhile, in another massive setback, the US Senate today passed a resolution that would stop Trump from waging an illegal war against Iran. The resolution was passed by 50 to 48 vote, with
And what is so miraculous about this is they never thought that a war resolution could pass the Senate. Now, the war resolution already passed the House, but they thought that it was a bit too much, that the Republicans would hold Donald Trump accountable, that you are supposed to get approval from Congress to start a war. They finally was able to skip scotch enough around Mike Johnson before he could gavel them out on another 1, 2, 3 week recess, so they wouldn't have to take the vote. And they got the vote in the Congress, but now they got it in the Senate as well. What you gonna do with it?
Four Republicans, yes, 4 Republicans. Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, and Rand Paul of Kentucky, breaking with their party to support its adoption. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was the sole Democrat to vote against the resolution. Just before the vote, Senator Van Hollen had made a passionate defense of this resolution.
Those pushing to abandon this agreement owe the American people an answer to a simple question. What's your alternative? What comes next? More lives lost, more money wasted with no path forward? Because that is the only alternative they are offering. I want peace to prevail, and I hope this MOU becomes the foundation of a broader diplomatic settlement. But I also hope, colleagues, we will learn something from this needless tragedy. The calls for military adventurism, the promises of quick victory, the fantasies of regime change under the circumstances that were deployed, and the endless effort to undermine diplomacy led us directly to this disaster. And we should not repeat those mistakes. We should take a stand today and end this war, and we should finally start putting the interests of the American people ahead of costly and unnecessary conflicts. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this war powers resolution.
Elsewhere, brave Albanians have continued to stage protests across the country against the corrupt pro-Israeli Prime Minister Edi Rama. This Israeli stooge had sold the environmentally protected Sazan Island to Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. Violent protesters also vandalized the construction site. I will now leave you with this clip from yesterday's parliament debate in the UK over the Israeli influence on British politics. MPs were forced to debate this issue after more than 100,000 people in the UK signed an online petition. But the meltdown amongst the Zionists was for everyone to see. Aside from 5 Muslim MPs, everyone, I mean everyone from the Labour, Conservative, Liberal Democrat and Reform, said that questioning Israeli influence on British politics was anti-Semitic.
And I am so sick of dumb shit. This link is in my description box. Keir Starmer, that could be why you have to retire early. That could be why. Now, that link is in my description box. You can watch that on your own time. It's under the title Lies Rejected. Now, since he started talking about Jared Kushner and Ivanka, this is the place that I decided I wanted to live my life. we discovered the island. We were on a trip, and we stopped to have a swim, and we discovered the island, and we walked all the way to the top of the island with no shoes on, and it was breathtaking. Since now there has been a deep dive. If you want to take a deep dive into all of the interesting things about the island, we understand that there are underground caves in the beautiful island discovered by Ivanka and Jared Kushner when they were on the mega yacht of one of their friends, the Rothschilds. I forget which Rothschild. Do you want to do a deep dive into what this island is and what it represents? You know, curiously enough, there is another little strait right there. That is another little passageway that they could open a shipping lane in. And now, since they got the idea from Iran, you know the Kushners would be charging a fee or something to it. But this is very interesting. This is a whole lot of information that I didn't know. Take time and let's do a deep dive into this Kushner Island. Hold on, where is it? Hold on 1 second. I just saw it. I guess I didn't see it up here. Maybe I can find it. Let's watch this right quick. I'll find it.
Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, and those capital and elitists that want to invade and intrude on protected environmental wetlands to be able to just build.
This isn't what I wanted to find, but I thought that this was worth seeing.
Something to make more damn money. I wanted to make sure, because here at Katie Fang News, we were one of the very first independent news platforms that was covering what was happening, the Flamingo Revolution, as it's being called, in Albania, and to explore the very, very shady and corrupt connections between oligarchs in Albania, as well as the Middle East region, Jared Kushner, and others. But I want to make sure that we actually had the real boots on the ground reporting and analysis that wasn't just coming from what you're reading on the internet. So I made sure that I invited to the Katie Fang News channel the person who'd be able to answer all of that for us and to give us a little bit more insight into why this revolution has pushed forward over more than just the environment. It's actually a revolution to fight back against the haves versus the have-nots. Take a listen.
Joining me now is Eric Zulegger, who is the editor-in-chief of the Undue Report, providing critical and essential geopolitical analysis, also giving us some incredible on-the-ground journalism. You can find it on Beehive, and you can also sign up for an amazing brief every week called Free Intel. But Eric, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining me from so far away. You're currently in Albania, is that right?
I am, yeah, and there's a very active revolution going on just about 10-minute walk away from where I'm staying right now.
Yeah, so Eric, I covered pretty comprehensively. So really 30,000 foot view before I was able to stumble on and really appreciate the work that you've been doing in your journalism. But kind of 30,000 foot view I covered here at Katie Fang News, what's happening in Albania. And this was maybe almost a week and a half ago. And since then, what is called the Flamingo Revolution has really taken fire. And I'm relieved to see that more people across the world are paying more attention to what is going on. But get folks up to speed here as to why there are literally tens of thousands of people that have taken to the streets for nonviolent protests on the daily to be able to fight back on against not only the proposed Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump project, but also kind of fighting to maybe overturn this existing government.
Yeah, that's right, Katie. It really has. Pardon me. That's right. It really has sort of sparked the imagination of a lot of the world, and I think that's for a couple of reasons. The Flamingo Revolution is essentially about government corruption and overreach. Albania came out of isolationist communism about 30 years ago, and ever since then, there has been a sort of two-sided revolving door of extractionary oligarchs who have taken power and promised that the lives of the people would get better and made their own lives much better within a couple of years while they were in office. And the deals that they ended up cutting look a lot like the deal around Zvernets and the Sazan Island. So specifically, it was a unilateral deal between Eddie Rama's government and Affinity Partners, who is the private equity fund of Jared Kushner.
Okay, so we're clear. They've been there, done that with Albania. The Albanian population has been there, done that. Now let me find the deep dive. This is in my description box as well. Both of these things. Here it is. Jared Kushner's Island.
Including The Guardian, doing the exact same thing. Now, I'm not tying this one to the Balkans, okay?
Jared Kushner's Island is part of something much bigger. Now, both of these links are going to be in my description box, because it gives me a lot of information that I did not know about the history of these regions and how these different regions are combined. So I just thought I would share this with you as well, and we can get a better view on what is going on.
So I pinned a comment on my last video, or in part one, saying that I had more questions, right? That I thought that Jared's resort was just the most visible piece in something much bigger happening. Well, I did some research, and this is what I landed on. As many of you probably know, the Balkans have basically always been this crossroads. I mean, bigger powers fighting for influence there is really nothing new. What is new is how many of them are circling the same spot at once. I mean, we got American energy money and Israeli strategic interests converging on the exact same coastline, China quietly buying up roads and railways across the region, and Turkey.
And you will be amazed at our energy secretary having deals over here in this region. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Watching its own influence slowly get boxed out. And Jared's resort isn't separate from any of that. No, it is a move on or in the middle of a much bigger board and a much bigger game. But before we get into any of that, and it is quite a bit, okay, this one's kind of loaded. So get comfy, grab your favorite throw blanket, get some popcorn. So I pinned a comment on my last video, or in part one, saying that I had more questions, right? That I thought that Jared's resort was just the most visible piece in something much bigger happening. Well, I did some research, and this is what I landed on. As many of you probably know, the Balkans have basically always been this crossroads. I mean, bigger powers fighting for influence there is really nothing new. What is new is how many of them are circling the same spot at once. I mean, we got American energy money and Israeli strategic interests converging on the exact same coastline, China quietly buying up roads and railways across the region, and Turkey watching its own influence slowly get boxed out. And Jared's resort isn't separate from any of that. Grab pumped. But before all this story against my will, and it absolutely broke my heart. I teared up a little bit, not gonna lie. But you remember, I'm just a girl. I'm a girl, okay? I know the topics
It was the end of the world. The end of the world.
When Kostak Konomi approached what he says is his land on the seafront in southern Albania last month, he found a barbed wire fence and men in black uniforms refusing him entry. It was now part of a luxury resort planned by international investors, including US President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner. Konomi learned this later from news reports.
When the guards of the security company did not allow me to go to my own land, even just to go and rest, when they did not allow me to enter here, I felt imprisoned. They took my freedom. They took my livelihood. They took my land. Why shouldn't I leave it as an inheritance to my children?
Yeah, so that is Kasat Kanami. He's 81 years old. Last month, he went to check on land that he says is his and instead was met with barbed wire fences and men in black uniforms saying he could not go through. Turns out his land is now a part of Jared Kushner's resort development. And what makes it even worse is that his family lost that same land before during Albania's communist era, back when Enver Hoxha was going around seizing up properties from families across the country. He spent years trying to get it back, and now it's gone again. A dozen families in Zvernets told Reuters the same story, that their land is being sold to foreign developers, their property.
Now, this has been reported that a lot of people, as hard as it is to get documentation about their stolen land, that many of the old people who are dying off, who are the only witnesses to some of the documentation that people had been able to acquire their land back from the Albanian government. And this man had gone through all of it that it took. And he goes and he can't, they just stole his land. Can you imagine?
Deeds just ignored.
If you're black, you can imagine.
And no compensation in return. Court records seem to be backing up their claims. And on top of all of that, we got a new international airport.
They didn't even try to pull eminent domain and give you a couple of 100,000 or anything. Nothing. They just threw some rocks at the back of your head and told you to get the fuck out of here. Now they're building a big airport. I wonder why. Now, she says that the airport was scheduled in 2003, but let's be real clear about this. Jared Kushner's interest peaked in this island in 2003. Coincidinky? Is that a coincidinky?
Airport being built nearby in Vlora, technically a public infrastructure project that's been in the works since 2019. So before this Jared stuff started, but many point out that the timing is awfully convenient since,
My bad. I thought she said 2023. My bad.
This will be the airport that these high-end elite visitors fly in to reach Kushner's resort once it's built. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But what I do know is that your girl fell down a rabbit hole. And I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I really am, and a little bit nervous for this one because I think that the comments are going to be annoying. I have an inkling, but it's whatever. It's whatever. All right, I'm going to channel my inner yay. All right, and... Okay, things are getting serious. I pulled up a map, but I need you to actually see this. So let's lock in. This is the Strait of Otranto right here between Albania and the heel of Italy's boot, 72 kilometers wide, and it is the only exit from the Adriatic Sea into the Mediterranean. The only one. So
the only entrance and exit are from the Adriatic Sea to the Mediterranean. It didn't Ivanka say we were just cruising the Mediterranean? Yes. Wouldn't you call that a little straight? Let's continue. I want you to pay attention and pay attention to the investments that is going into this part of land, of region. I want you to pay attention to the investments that are being invested in this region. As 4547 is getting everything that he can to personally enrich himself and his family and his friends. What is happening with America? What is happening with the infrastructure of our country? America, the biggest shithole country, turning into a whole shithole country, as they are doing all of these investments all across the region, going stealing oil from Venezuela, and instead of closing the deficit or doing anything, no, he put it in a private offshore bank account. I want you to hear all of the investments that they are doing in this part of the region. Don't have none of that poor white trash and them niggers.
So every single vessel moving between these two bodies of water must pass through here. And Sazan Island sits right there. And this is not just geography, because every major power that has ever wanted to control this part of the world understood what this position meant. Like we talked about in part 1, the Italians fortified it in World War II to control Adriatic access. The Soviets used it to station submarines. Khrushchev, a Soviet leader, he visited and said from that position he could, quote, control the Mediterranean to the Gibraltar. That is the island Jared Kushner is turning into a hotel. About 20 kilometers away, guarding the other side of the bay, is Albania's Pasha Liman naval base. And here's a little bit of history on that, just because I like learning these kinds of things, and hopefully you do too. In the 1950s, Pasha Liman was the only Soviet naval base in the entire Mediterranean, but then communism fell. And in 1992, Turkey stepped in and signed a military cooperation agreement with Albania, rebuilt the base from the ground up, reportedly spending $10 billion, brought in
Jacob Paschal, don't come in my chat. I hope you don't think you're talking to me. I really hope you don't think that you're talking to me, because no one is putting anything upon you. You're here by your own free will, and I'm posting what I choose to post by my own free will. I hope you don't have your life fucked up as you have your posting fucked up in my chat. Do not come in my chat being stupid. Let's continue.
150 Turkish military engineers, and in exchange got permanent legal docking rights. Their navy has been there ever since. So Turkey essentially fell. And in 1992, Turkey stepped in and signed a military cooperation agreement with Albania, rebuilt
Now, who is Israel thinking about and talking about and have their eyes set on now? Who is the next talked about country? Turkey. If you didn't know, you better try to understand. If you didn't know.
the base from the ground up, reportedly spending $10 billion, brought in 250 Turkish military engineers, and in exchange got permanent legal docking rights. Their navy has been there ever since. So Turkey essentially paid, reportedly, $10 billion for the right to dock at that base. And as we all know, that is not charity. Okay, that's Turkey saying this location is worth $10 billion to us. Well, in late 2025, very recent, Italy's largest shipbuilding company signed a deal with Albania to turn Pasha Liman into a modern shipbuilding hub, a facility where warships get built, serviced, and maintained. So that is essentially Italy moving into a base Turkey spent $10 billion building. And based on what I read, it seemed to cause a little bit of friction, which, yeah, kind of makes sense. Math is mathin'. So Turkey's defense minister sent a formal letter pretty much saying, okay, yeah, Italy and Albania, you can do this. But just know, we ain't going anywhere. So at that one naval base right now, Turkey and Italy are quietly competing for control. Okay, 2 more things I want you to clock before, I close out of this map. So follow this line here. Actually, I'll probably pull up a different map for this one. You don't care. Anyways, it starts in Israel, moves through Cyprus, up through Crete, through Greece, and then ends right here at Otranto, Italy, across the strait from Sazan, otherwise known as the Strait of Otranto. This is EastMed. It is a proposed pipeline that would carry Israeli natural gas to Europe. Lock that visual in. Remember that, because we are going to circle back. And then here in
It would carry whose natural gas to Europe? Israeli natural gas to Europe. Peep game.
Flora, which, is the same spot where that airport is being built, the US, Albania, and Greece recently signed a 20-year, $6 billion deal to import American LNG and build an energy hub there. So Vlora's getting a new airport and an energy hub. But okay, it's not just Albania, all right? The US really does just want that Balkan gas. And sure, it's good investment, but it also is very clearly about pushing Russia out. Russia has supplied Europe's energy for decades, but after Ukraine, Europe decided that had to end. So the EU passed a law in December 2025.
LNG, liquefied natural gas. That's one of the big businesses that the U.S. is brokering in. Liquefied natural gas. Oh, so let's finish tearing up states like Texas and Louisiana and pump this liquefied natural gas. Let's finish ruining all of our swampland, ruining all of our areas where we can get crawfish and shrimp from in the United States, because we have billions to make over here in the Mediterranean. Americans are stupid. Let's continue.
To ban all Russian gas imports by 2027. Well, Bosnia is one of the countries still on that Russian supply, so they're scrambling to get off it. Enter the US, the United States of America. On the same day, Albania signed its $6 billion energy hub deal. At the same summit, Bosnia signed a $1.5 billion pipeline deal with a US company to exit Russian gas entirely. Bosnia actually had to change its own laws specifically to hand the contract to AAFS Infrastructure and Energy. It is a company run by a former attorney for Trump. The Trump administration actually facilitated both deals.
Wait a minute. They signed a deal with Donald Trump's former personal attorney that they had to change the law to be able to sign a contract with Trump's former personal attorney who mysteriously is over some fucking oil company. What?
The U.S., the United States of America. On the same day, Albania signed its $6 billion energy hub deal. At the same summit, Bosnia signed a $1.5 billion pipeline deal with a U.S. company to exit Russian gas entirely. Bosnia actually had to change its own laws specifically to hand the contract to AAFS Infrastructure and Energy. It is a company run by a former attorney for Trump. The Trump administration.
Did you hear that? Isn't that curious? No, it's not. It's corruption.
Actually facilitated both deals, and U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright showed up at the signing to make sure everybody knew it. He said,
"Isn't it curious that the Balkans had to change a law to sign over their pipeline to a former Trump attorney, and then miraculously here comes Christopher Wright, who is our current energy secretary, shows up to put a handshake on the deal to let you know that the deal is solidified and legit. The most illegit shit in the world. He's supposed to, I guess, be lend a legitimate face to this bullshit that they just did. That's just my opinion.
President Trump is opening a new era of cooperation. The Trump administration actually facilitated both deals, and U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright showed up at the signing to make sure everybody knew it. He said President Trump is opening a new era of cooperation with Southern and Central and Eastern Europe. And then literally last week, the same Chris Wright, he signs an agreement with Israel, Greece, and Cyprus to formally establish the Eastern Mediterranean Energy Center. It is based at Rice University in Houston, and basically this is the U.S. building a permanent institutional home for this exact regional relationship. So this isn't like a series of one-off deals anymore. We're making this official. But Serbia, another country in the region still on that Russian gas, they ain't about this. So they actually want to keep their cheap Russian gas and their good relationship with Moscow. So the US has been using sanctions to try to force Serbia's hand, but Serbia has basically been holding the line and saying no. So we've got a lot of different plays happening at once. Bosnia is getting pulled out of Russia's orbit. Serbia is saying that Russian gas is gas, and Albania is getting built from scratch as new American energy territory anchored at the exact port next to Cheereaders Island. Look, I'm not saying any of this is bad. You know, I'm not saying I'm against any of this. I'm just talking to you about what's going on in this region. And part of it happens to be the US working overtime for that Balkan gas. But okay, that's the American side of things. Now let's talk about Israel. Because remember when I told you to clock that East Med pipeline, to hold on to that visual? Well, here's where it comes back in. All right, but before that, I want to do a quick recap on the Albania-Israel relationship I touched on in part 1, my previous video, because it does matter for everything I'm about to go through, but I want to be really quick about it because it is a recap. So in the past year alone, Albania signed an arms deal with Israeli defense firm Elbit Systems. Rama hosted a summit bringing 40 Israeli tech companies to Tirana. Albania became one of Israel's largest fuel suppliers, and a new bilateral agreement was signed the week the protests started. Essentially, to put it simply, Israel plus Albania equals a heart. I feel like you're not getting that reference. It's from Olivia Rodrigo's new album. I feel like if you're not a Gen Z girl, you're just not getting it. I don't even know if I have any Gen Z girls here, if I'm honest. But if you are a Gen Z girl, just comment down below new album. Just something. And if I don't see that, well then I anyways, an Albanian academic, I don't know how to say his name. I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna put it right here on the screen because I'm not going to do that today. I'm just not. He documented that 68 Israeli-linked companies were operating in Albania's tourism, real estate, and energy sector since the pandemic. Some allegedly acquiring land through Bulgarian, Romanian, and Albanian citizenship, specifically to obscure that the ultimate buyer was Israeli. And then in January 2026, Rama visited the Israeli Knesset and said, direct quote,
How interesting. What a coincidence. Another coincidence.
Until Hamas is completely eradicated, the 2 million prisoners in Gaza will never truly be free. So yeah, him pulling up to Nat's yacht, making a deal with Jared over Din Din is mathin'. Like, it makes sense. We know now. We just know. Well, naturally, my next thought was, is this just an Albania-Israel thing? Like, is this just an Albania-Israel bestie relationship? Or is Israel doing this everywhere in the region? Turns out everywhere. Serbia signed a military cooperation agreement with Israel in 2021, then a cybersecurity deal in 2022, and now Elbit Systems, yes, the same Elbit Systems that signed that deal with Albania, is setting up a joint drone manufacturing plant with Serbia's own defense agency, with Israel owning 51% of it. I love how they did that 51%. Montenegro signed a joint economic cooperation agreement with Israel in 2022. Greece and Cyprus, Israel signed a full joint military cooperation plan with both of them for 2026. And this one's kind of interesting. Like, let's pause, because part of the plan includes joint exercises, special operations training, and they're reportedly working on building a rapid deployment force specifically to counter Turkey. I mean, analysts are already calling this a Mediterranean NATO in the making. We got like a bestie squad here, okay? Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. And clock that, okay? Because we're actually going to circle back to that because we're going to talk about Turkey. Yeah. So anyways, spoiler alert, I'm spoiling my own video. Anyways, we've got military deals, cybersecurity deals, drone manufacturing, energy infrastructure, real estate, all happening.
And who else is in the middle of this? You sitting in the middle of this? Iran. Do you see Iran sitting right in the middle of this? Okay, let's continue.
In the same handful of countries at the same time. And maybe it's just a coincidence. You know, maybe these are just normal deals. And again, I'm not even saying that this is bad. I'm just a curious girl. I'm a curious girl who fell down a rabbit hole and I'm reporting it. That's all. But then there's Slovenia. And it stops being a pattern. It stops just being a handful of deals. And it starts getting really weird, like scary weird. I got kind of scared because I was researching this home alone and I got nervous. I'm not going to lie. It's okay. God's got me. Jesus died on the cross for me. Anyways, buckle up, okay? March 2026, Slovenia's sitting Prime Minister Robert Golob, and okay, wait, Robert Golob is the perfect example of how much of an impact your hair can have on your appearance. Like, this is what Robert Golob looks like now, but this is what he looked like previously. Like, this is the whole look. And when I say look, I mean L-E-W-K. Like, this is Robert Golob look, and this is Robert Golob look. Anyways, he was up for re-election, and right before voters go to the polls, a series of secretly recorded conversations start surfacing online, making him and his government look corrupt, somehow perfectly timed. Well, Slovenia's intelligence agency looked into it, they investigated and confirmed that Black Cube, a private Israeli intelligence firm, had visited the country 4 times in the months before the election. They'd been luring government-linked officials to fake meetings, secretly recording them, and then leaking the footage anonymously to damage Golob right before the voters went to the polls. And just FYI, okay, BT dubs, the opposition candidate who stood to benefit from all of this was pro-Israel. Golob wasn't. Make of that what you will. Well, Golob crashed out and he wrote directly to the European Commission, and then President Emmanuel Macron, he weighed in and he said he was the victim of clear-cut interference by third countries. Now, Golob took the dub anyway, which I was very, very surprised to read. It's got to be the look, but this is a conspiracy theory, okay? Slovenia's own intelligence agency confirmed this all happened. And this isn't even Black Cube's first rodeo, y'all. In 2018, they ran the same playbook in Hungary, secretly recording NGO workers and then leaking the footage right before this election that helped a man named Viktor Orban win, which you just looked.
Hi, my mic was on mute. I also wanted to talk about the candidate in Colombia who was number 10 in running for president. He was number 10. And then suddenly, about a month ago, your president endorsed this candidate. And, you know, strangely enough, they are projecting early, before all of the votes have been counted. He's demanding that they do what? Of course, stop counting the votes when he's ahead. And he has declared himself the winner. And it has been reported that there is suspicion that Israel and Donald Trump interfered with this election. But I digress. We're talking about Viktor Orban.
Look at this. Oh, y'all. In 2018, they ran the same playbook in Hungary, secretly recording NGO workers and then leaking the footage right before this election that helped a man named Viktor Orban win, which you just look at this man and he looks sus. Anyways, they did it again before Hungary's 2022 election, and they've been connected to targeting an EU anti-corruption prosecutor in Romania. What I'm trying to tell you is that this firm has a whole track record of doing this, and y'all, Black Cube ain't even the only one. There's another Israeli private intelligence operation called Team George. It was exposed by a 30-outlet international investigation, including The Guardian, doing the exact same thing. Now, I'm not tying this one to the Balkans, okay? Based off of my research, I didn't find a link, but I just wanted to let you know because I read a little bit about it, and it's very, 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 very sus and kind of scary. And so I recommend you look into it. Maybe I'll do a video on it. I don't know. I don't know why this stuff kind of scares me a little bit. Like, I definitely have to give this one to God, you know, pray about it. Actually, I give all my videos to God. Clock it, hoes. Anyways, okay, drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. The East Med line. I know you were waiting for it. You were so excited. Like, edge of your seat. Probably not. But quick context, okay? Israel's got massive offshore gas reserves, 2 huge fields called Leviathan and Tamar, and they're on track to hit record gas production in 2026, which means Israel's got a lot of gas, so they need a lot of buyers. Right now, the only way Israel gets its gas to Europe is through Egypt. So Israeli gas flows to Egypt, gets processed, and then shipped out from there, which means Egypt is the middleman. Okay, they're in the middle of every transaction, they're taking a cut, and they're holding serious leverage. EastMed would cut Egypt out completely. It's a 1,900-kilometer undersea pipeline that would start from Israel's gas fields, like I showed you before, through Cyprus, Crete, Greece, coming ashore at Otranto, Italy, directly across the strait from Cezanne. And then there's China. You can't forget about good old China. Over the past decade, China has poured billions into Balkan infrastructure, highways in Montenegro, a railway in Serbia, energy plants and ports, often financing deals Western banks won't touch. It's all part of something China calls the Belt and Road Initiative. It launched back in 2013. The whole strategy is buying influence one railway, one port, one highway at a time. Pretty much they just want infrastructure, debt leverage, political influence, and a backdoor into the EU. But there is a pattern. I mean, bigger powers do be treating the Balkans like it's real estate. Well, as I was putting this together, I couldn't get Turkey out of my head. I mean, even as I was planning my previous video, the one before this, I kept thinking about Turkey. Well, then I remembered this clip. Let me play it for you.
Is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey and Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, is the new
Yes, I told you. They have their eyes set on Turkey. I remember that as well. Let's continue.
Erdogan is sophisticated, dangerous.
Wow. Okay. Heavy stuff. Big words. But that's former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. The man that he mentions, Erdogan, that is the president of Turkey. I only say that because I am going to talk about him in a bit as well. But yeah, so I started digging into Turkey's actual history with these specific countries. And once I did, the whole thing read completely different. Okay, let's start with Greece and Cyprus. As I already told you about Israel's locked in military partnership with them. Remember the bestie squad, the girl squad. Well, it turns out Greece and Turkey have been rivals for centuries. It all came to a head in the 1970s when Turkey invaded Cyprus to protect this Turkish population living there. It's a whole thing. It's actually quite interesting. I'd recommend you look into it if you're not aware of it. But the island has been divided ever since because Turkey recognizes the northern half, or okay, some sources say northern third, some say northern half, so I couldn't get a clear answer. So let's just say a part. Turkey recognizes a part of Cyprus as its own separate country, but nobody else in the world does. So when Israel locked in this full military partnership with Greece and Cyprus, they didn't just gain a Mediterranean foothold, they aligned themselves with two of Turkey's biggest enemies. And Turkey noticed. I mean, Turkey's own foreign prime minister, Hakan Fidan, responded to this with, "No one has given assurances to us that this wasn't an initiative against us." He called it a dangerous policy. Greece's response, "We owe explanations to no one." And then there's Albania. So Turkey has spent decades building soft power across the Balkans through religion, with mosque, schools, cultural ties. Erdogan personally visited Tirana in October 2024, right after Turkey finished building the largest mosque in the Balkans with Turkish money. He also signed military cooperation agreements with Albania, gave drones to the Albanian army. I mean, Turkey, from what I read, it really seemed like they were trying to put down roots. Like they were trying to create a good partnership, good relationship with Albania. Plus that Pasha Liman naval base, okay? Well, then Eddie Rama does like an Uno reverse and starts making all these deals with Israel. And then there's EastMed. I mean, Turkey has said on the record they will not allow that pipeline to be built without their participation, full stop. And that's because Turkey has always wanted to become the energy bridge between the Middle East and Europe for years, positioning itself as the hub that all the regional gas flows through. But ties between Turkey and Israel broke down so badly that the route never happened. And if EastMed gets built, well, Turkey can just say bye Felicia to that ever happening. So now when you go back to Bennett's clip, you know, how Turkey's trying to encircle them, Turkey's trying to encircle Israel. With everything that I'm seeing, Greece and Cyprus, Albania, EastMed, it actually kind of looks like the opposite story, that Turkey's watching their influence get boxed out country by country on every side. But either way, I mean, you look at the map and I mean, Israel's doing well. They really are. They have a footprint or some sort of deal in Greece, Cyprus, Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia. They also have a really good relationship with Bulgaria, but that one goes back all the way to 2012. It's not really in the current wave of deals. That's just been coincidentally happening all around the same time. So that's why I didn't really go into that one. And right at the exact point where the Adriatic meets the Mediterranean, where EastMed comes ashore, where American LNG is being built, where Turkey and Italy are quietly fighting over a naval base, Jared Kushner bought a former military island with his affinity partners. But I guess the smaller countries don't really get to opt out of this. You know, they need the bigger allies to survive, and allies always come with a price. But it seems like the little man is the one that always pays it. You know, like the 81-year-old in Zvernets who got his land taken again. Yeah, he's paying for it. People like you and me, you know, unless you're some like elite billionaire or something watching this, which yikes, please get off. That's all I have for today. This is where we wrap up. This is where we part ways. Yes, I'm getting a mic. I'm getting a microphone. Yep, I am. You don't need to comment and let me know. I am well aware that the sound can be improved. There's a lot of things that can be improved. I never knew this was going to be a long-term.
Yes, it seems like the regular person always gets screwed. He has nothing to leave for his children, his grandchildren. He has no legacy to leave on for his family because the world is wrapped up in this personal greed and theft from the people who really built this world. All of these people who do nothing, know nothing, can't sustain absolutely nothing. These are the people everybody is kowtowing to. Kowtowing to, not kowtowing to. Kowtowing to. Let me see if there's anything else. Let me see. Hold on one second. Now, there has been a news report that the Senate has finally passed a law to make affordability possibly a thing. If you have been over here on my channel many times, you know how many times I have covered the story of how private equity firms have been buying up single-family homes. So there has been a bill put forward to no longer allow these private equity companies to buy up single-family homes. That is one of the reasons why we have so many permanent renters. That is one of the reasons why prices are so unaffordable because these private equity companies were buying up single-family homes, even single-family new builds, the whole neighborhoods, the whole brand new neighborhoods. These private equity funds, they have commercials, and, you know, really trying to teach you how to be a renter for life. How to have nothing and think that you're happy. Okay, so let me see. There has been a general, a 4-star general, that has suddenly quit his job. It seems like once again, Pete Kegbreath is having some dissension in the military.
The United States Pentagon is in turmoil this morning after Pete Hegseth forced out one of the most senior commanders in the United States military because he is paranoid over his future as the Secretary of Defense. It comes
because he's paranoid. Pete Kegbreath needs a drug test. Pete Kegbreath needs to be drug tested. People have to lose their military career. And what you're going to find out about this man, he was the first, I think it was Afghanistan, the first one on the ground, the last one who left the ground in the war in Afghanistan. Pete Kegbreath needs to be in a straitjacket somewhere.
As wounded families of wounded service members in the war in Iran are calling out the Pentagon's language. Trump himself is calling Republicans traitors for voting to rein in his war powers. and at the same time calling for investigations by the Department of Justice into oil companies who will not simply just lower gas prices. It comes after a major election night from New York to South Carolina to Utah and Maryland. Lots of results happening, and I have all the latest for you right now. Make sure to like, comment, share, and if you can, subscribe to my Substack, link below to support my work. Yesterday, a really cool story happened last night. I was walking in the mall, and a 67-year-old woman came up to me, and a 19-year-old man came up to me, don't know each other, two separate people in the span of 1 hour, and literally told me, without you, I wouldn't get news. We're breaking through it. I didn't care about their political party affiliation. I didn't care.
This link is in my description box. He is one of the fastest growing YouTubers that does news. He also has a Instagram page. You can find this under Keg Breath Needs to Blow. Aaron Paranis. Go over there and join his page. He updates his information all the time on Instagram. Let's get into this story. Here we go. Let's get into the Keg Breath story.
For building this platform with me. Thank you for subscribing to my Substack to support this and have the resources to continue building. Right now, we are seeing a major change in the United States Pentagon. According to CBS News, when Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was asked about the toll of the conflict with Iran, he told reporters that almost 90% of the 400 American service members had sustained only minor injuries. Some of those wounded soldiers tell CBS, however, they were far more serious than the official designation provided by the military. Chief Warrant Officer Rodney Berman's body was riddled with shrapnel in the early hours of the war on March 1st when an Iranian drone slammed into his workstation in Kuwait. Medical records show he suffered a concussion, hearing and vision loss, and damage to his lungs. The Army classified his condition as, quote, not seriously injured. That assessment is unacceptable. Chris Bierman was one of the more than 20 hurt in the deadliest strike on American soldiers, the worst attack on American troops since 2021. The Biermans are also among several survivors and families who told CBS that they were being treated by the military as combat casualties for reasons they could not understand, a claim an Army spokesperson denied. In several cases, injured service members say they had been cleared for duty, but that duty involves active orders to recuperate from injuries in specialized, quote, soldier recovery units. One of them, Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks, who's 37 years old, underwent and suffered severe shrapnel wounds from the blast and underwent multiple surgeries in a Kuwaiti hospital. He said his wife was told by an Army official that after the strikes, his injuries were minor. They said your husband was injured. He has a minor jaw injury and he's going to be returned to duty. He absolutely believes that the United States Army and the Pentagon have tried to downplay the incident. And it comes today as Pete Hegseth forced the retirement of General Chris Donahue, the commander of the U.S. Army, Europe and Africa, and NATO's Allied Land Command, was made at his request, according to the Wall Street Journal. Prior to this announcement, many believe Donahue was on a fast track to become Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, having led the Army's Delta.
At his request, he is such a jealous bitch-ass, unsuccessful, weak, a quivering leg, a fucking cosplaying as a real soldier-ass bitch. Pete Keg Breath is unqualified in every way. A whole shimmering hoe out here who cannot stand behind real men because he quivers in their shadow. He's such a bitch-ass motherfucker. This is what I'm telling you.
The force commandos in Iraq and Syria when it took the fight to Islamic State militants and was the last man out, when the troops he commanded at the 82nd Airborne Division were called in to secure the 2021 evacuation of U.S. personnel and allies out of Kabul, Afghanistan. General Donahue's removal is said to be in part of an ongoing push by Hegseth to put his imprint on the military's leadership while squeezing out officers with track records of battlefield valor and command experience in favor of less accomplished political loyalists officers that fully support both himself and President Trump. And it comes as Trump himself.
America, do you feel safe now? He is getting rid of people with real experience, real knowledge. Kind of like Trump did with putting him over the Defense Department in the first place. No one with real knowledge, no one with real experience. In the highest seat of our Department of Defense is a fucking Nimrod motherfucker who don't deserve it, who is too stupid for the job, who is too unexperienced for the job, who has absolutely zero character to have the job. And all these motherfuckers want to talk about meritocracy. The only merit that they consider as being a merit to do anything in this administration is that you're white. This is the only merit that they care about. America, do you understand that the whole world is watching right now? As we have Bill Pulte over the Department of National Intelligence, who is over all 18 of our intelligence department, and we got Pete Kegbreath firing 4-star generals left and right, as we just went into a war and bundled all over ourselves, like no offense, Pete, like a drunken sailor, spitting up all over ourselves, pulling out money. You know, kind of like if Pete, you may know about what I'm about to say. Kind of like if a chick accuses you of SAing her in a hotel at a company function. You know, we are coming out of our pockets paying off a motherfucking Iran like a drunk motherfucker is paying off somebody who he SA'd in a hotel and on a company business trip. Pete, you know what I'm talking about? Pete, do you know what I'm talking about? Do you understand that in this bundling war, that regardless of what Trump is telling you, understand that we have depleted so many of the things that are going to protect us, our munitions, that it takes years to build. Because we insist on giving $1 million and billion dollar contract to Trump's children who have no experience in the drone companies. 3 months after they buy their way into a drone company, they're getting Pentagon contracts. The whole world's laughing at me. What a fool the MAGA voted in office. Oh, the whole world laughing at me. Silly fool, MAGAs are such dummies. I tell you. See, the reason why MAGA plays so dumb is because they don't give a fuck. They don't see that this can happen to them. Because having rockets, whatever, rain down on other countries, y'all think that that's fine. But all of that raining down on other countries is going to affect you and how you live your life. All of that is going to affect you and how you live your life. And see, most world leaders, they are warning of their populations. They are studying their population. They're not coming out here, oh, everybody has more jobs than any time in the whole time of the United States. There are more people working and making more money any time in the United States. They're not lying to their people. They are not lying to their people. Look around. Google it. Look at how many people who are looking for jobs and cannot find jobs. Quit being stupid. Anyway, let's continue.
Is calling Republicans who voted against him essentially traitors, saying that when he has Iran on the ropes, ready to go down for the fall, willing to give us everything, and for the first time in decades, respecting the hell out of the US president, the Senate decides to have poorly timed and meaningless War Powers Act vote, telling the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world that the United States doesn't like what I am doing and I must stop. And by doing so has provided aid and comfort to the enemy. That phrase is a direct quote from the treason statute.
One second. One second. Hey, bitch boy. But the thing about that is, I didn't ask you to come here. But you're here. You think that somebody gives a fuck about how many people who are here? Go over to your channel and do your show. Since you want attention, go over and get some attention doing what you think that you want to do, see, and be, bitch. Who gives a fuck about you? Anyway, let's continue. Like somebody asked them to come over here. Oh, can we get a head count? Can we get a head count? Probably smelling like a billy goat. Probably sleeping in his car smelling like a funky billy goat with HIV running all up and down his butthole. But let's continue.
Republican lose voted with Democrats. Ron asked my people, what does this all mean? These senators have just made my job more difficult, but I will get it done one way or another, because I will always get it done. And this morning, he's calling on oil companies to be investigated. Many of these oil companies are his donors or his friends, but he's upset that they're not just dropping the price at the pump. He wants them to drop gas prices, saying that because they're paying less for oil, because oil prices globally have been reduced, they should just drop their prices, and has instructed the DOJ to immediately look into this. One of the reasons that oil companies haven't just dropped their prices is because the oil market is so in flux, right? If they drop their prices today to where the oil price, and this is not me defending oil companies by any means, I think that gas prices are way too high. But when you have an oil market that literally is a pendulum and swings high and swings low every 5 minutes because of the president's words, how can companies price that? It doesn't make sense. And well, now one senator tells me Trump's new director of national intelligence is a national security threat. I want to jump right into it. I don't know if you saw, but MS Now reported today that firings have begun in the intelligence community, led by Director Bill Pulte. What is your reaction to these firings and to Pulte being acting DNI right now?
Well, first of all, this was what I was worried about. This guy is totally not qualified for the job. We don't have confirmation that firings have taken place. I've seen a lot of press reports.
Okay, I talked about that. Now, let me go forward to something else. There was a couple of more things. Elon Musk. It seems like Elon Musk is in his feelings because he is threatening to sue Senator Ro Khanna. He feels defamed by Ro Khanna. So you can't handle the truth. So it seems like, where are we? Elon Musk being butthurt about Ro Khanna. Let me find that. Here we are.
And Congressman Ro Khanna, that California Democrat who's...
We're going to start here.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. It is once again election night in America as voters in 4 states go to the polls in some key primary races, including here in the state of New York. Much more on those results as they come in later in the show. We're starting to get some from around the country, but we start tonight with a question. How will history remember the world's richest man? Elon Musk, the owner of Tesla and Twitter, became the first trillionaire in human history earlier this month. That's after his company SpaceX went public. And like Donald Trump, the man he has supported as president, Musk has a real talent for burying all of his most repulsive scandals by creating new ones. He's a businessman with a trail of false and broken promises. He's also responsible for hundreds of thousands of global deaths, possibly millions. I know that might sound outlandish or improbable, but stay with us here. Because as his wealth reaches new heights, Musk is now trying to retcon what may very well be, I think likely could be, his most lasting impact on humanity.
Remember that tweet where Elon Musk said that he was sending USAID through the wood chipper? And now he has regrets. Now that the tally of death are actually coming in from the loss of lives for the lack of funds, the petty amount of the budget that went toward feeding the hungry, giving medicine to the sick, that type of thing. But these were black people. So Elon Musk thought that, it wouldn't matter. But now Elon Musk is finding out, wait a minute, they count black bodies the same, black dead bodies the same way they count every other dead body? You mean you're going to hold me responsible for the number of black? Well, I thought that it was black people are only 3/5 of a man. At least do me a favor and count them like that. This racist, in my opinion, is trying to change the trajectory of the damage that he caused in cutting those. Now you got your stupid president up here lying and telling you that, well, our farmers are going to get paid from the revenue that the Iranians get when we release their sanctions, where they are going to be able to buy oil. The Iranians said, we don't know what the fuck he's talking about. There has been nothing like that discussed. Believe it if you want to, but wait on it. In other words, they like bullshit. So, but what your fucking president never told you was that the farmers were getting paid when they ship soybeans and corn to USAID, and they were using the corn and the soybean to make that paste for the poor children to eat. This is the things that was paying the farmers. Elon Musk took the money out of the farmers' pockets. But any motherfucking penny that the farmers or their wives or their families will have been able to save in any type of retirement fund is going to automatically go to prop up Elon's bullshit ass AI. This is not what they're telling you. This is not what they're telling you. These people who work with their bodies, who have created for decades and decades, is going to have everything that they work for wiped out behind some fucking shit that only is being created. The only thing that they can tell you AI is going to do for the American people is wipe out their jobs. Make it make sense. And you are expected to drain your retirement and your 401k to keep this bullshit afloat, while Elon Musk becomes the first trillionaire and has not worked and produced anything but 14 bastard children. Make that make sense. But I digress.
His turn as the chainsaw-wielding head of the so-called cheekily named Department of Government Efficiency last year. Do you remember that? It actually happened. We all watched it happen. It wasn't a fever dream. Seems like it happened in another universe, but there it is, just over a year ago. Directing the slashing of jobs and programs throughout the federal government, as well as accessing and downloading Americans' personal info in violation of the Constitution and federal law. Even promising that their work, remember this, right, would bring Americans Doge dividend checks that never quite materialized.
A year ago, if someone had told you you'd be at CPAC and working with the president to
this fucking junky ass looking motherfucker
absolutely shred the government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it, would you have ever believed that?
No.
No.
Me neither. But it's cool. This is awesome. It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
It's money taken away from organizations that hate you to you. You're taking money away from organizations that hate the American people, and it's directed to the American people, or is it? You're talking about yourself, Elon Musk? Money taken from organizations that hate you, as in yourself, Elon Musk, and given to you yourself, Elon Musk, because you have been the only person who continues to benefit off of government welfare, as you say. People who live off petty Social Security, people who have to get their health insurance by Medicare and Medicaid, that they are stealing from the government. You lied and said that there have been people who were 300 years of age who were still receiving Social Security checks, and you came out there and you never took it back, and you came out there as if it was fact, like you was doing something so good, as you always take your funky ass over to the Pentagon to get your welfare WIC check, bitch, for them exploding rockets, for your non-productivity. And you got the fucking audacity. Oh.
Does it seem? I mean, have you talked?
I mean, that's like glorious. That's like the spoils of battle, you know.
Say what you will, the man is charismatic. Now, the brunt of Musk's cuts, you might remember, fell on USAID, and that has been the federal government's main international relief agency. One, by the way, that was actually created by statute through Congress and authorized. That didn't seem to bother anyone when they destroyed it. It's also the aid agency through which Democratic and Republican administrations have staved off famines and prevented pandemics overseas and done a lot of other things. The cuts to USAID happened in such a chaotic manner that staffers who were laid off started to do interviews about just how crazy it was.
And we're not going to forget about the food that rotted in warehouses. Instead of shipping the last loads of food, they preferred to let the fucking shit just rot. You're a new trillionaire. And people are changing the rules and turning their heads as the rules are changed to make this man a trillionaire. And tell you that AI is inevitable, but they cannot tell you nothing productive that AI is going to do for you and how you live your life.
I haven't gotten paid since January 28th was my last day.
And you?
Me neither. I actually got terminated twice. I was actually in Uganda when they shut down my access, disabled my account. I was still actually actively working on programming there and had to figure out how to get back.
Almost all of my colleagues have lost their jobs or will lose their jobs very shortly. And, you know, it's not a natural place for a civil servant to be speaking so publicly, but all of the traditional channels for dissent that we would normally have, chances to engage with our bosses and our leadership to object or to explain the value of our work, I would say, have been taken away.
Now, to be very clear here, right? This wasn't some secretive program they did behind closed doors. This was a top story at the time. I mean, it wasn't like, oh man, no one knew they were dismantling USAID. No. Musk went on publicly to spread wild and insane conspiracy theories about USAID to justify the chainsawing he was doing. He was claiming it was run by radical left lunatics who were fixing elections, saying it was, quote, time for it to die. He even suggested the people the agency helped didn't actually exist.
But many times over with USAID and other organizations, when they said, oh, well, this is going to help, children, or it's going to help some disease eradication or something like that. And then when we ask for any evidence whatsoever, I say, well, please connect us with this group of children so we can talk to them and understand more about their issue. We get nothing. They don't even try to we should come up with a show orphan, meaning like this sort of like, well, can we at least see a few kids? Like, where are they?
Yes, the world's richest man wielding the power of the U.S. government saying, bring me just an orphan and throw him on the...
The audacity, the absolute audacity of this cretin. The absolute audacity. This is the new trillionaire that everybody is tripping over themselves to put your financial security
phone while he's in the middle of
on the crap table to enrich him more.
Starving, so I could tell if he exists and whether he gets to eat. Okay, they do exist, by the way. Of course, we'll have more on them in just a minute. Again, this is it happened in such a strange time in all our lives and feels so remote, it's difficult to recall just how chaotic and also unpopular Doge's work was.
Yeah, but the thing about that is so many people who are so interested in politics all of a sudden, their asses were on mute when all of this was going on. When all of this was going on, bitches were on mute talking about dumb shit. Bitches were on mute. But now they want to compare. Now they want to compare where they can't compete because these bitches were on mute talking about dumb shit.
At the time, workers in multiple federal agencies protested after finding themselves just haphazardly locked out of their buildings. No explanation. I mean, I talked to a guy who'd worked for the Parks Service for years and just got fired for no reason. He didn't know why. As Musk people moved in, gutted their work, cut their jobs, canceled their contracts. I mean, people engaged in work in dangerous places overseas learned they were unemployed and then had to find a way back to the U.S., as that woman who worked in Uganda mentioned. And while this was all happening, again, not in secret, Elon Musk bragged about it. He posted this. We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. There is now a tremendous amount of rigorous data from a whole bunch of different people that have studied this, suggesting that in doing so, in feeding USAID to the wood chipper, those are the words Elon Musk used, that Elon Musk is responsible for the deaths of anywhere from hundreds of thousands of people to millions of them.
Now the chickens are coming home to roost. Now the dead bodies are being tallied. And Elon Musk is in his feelings. Like, how dare you blame that on me? Don't you know who I am? Yes, we're fully aware of who you are. You are the one who said you just got done feeding USAID to the wood chipper, and then went on to say what was it about the parties, and then you went on to say could gone to some great parties, did that instead. I think you mean could have gone to some great parties, but you did you put USAID through the wood chipper. So let's hear how
for the deaths of any.
Let's hear how the chickens are coming home to roost.
Anywhere from hundreds of thousands of people to millions of them. People that have studied this, suggesting that in doing so, in feeding USAID to the wood chipper, those are the words Elon Musk used, that Elon Musk is responsible for the deaths of anywhere from hundreds of thousands of people to millions of them. That data comes from medical journals that have used statistical methods to estimate the total effects. It comes from news reports, of which there are many, record-keeping websites, most recently a new memoir by a USAID veteran who worked on 4 administrations titled appropriately Into the Wood Chipper. And all of this is newly relevant, not just because the world's richest man hit a new wealth milestone or because the U.S. government is becoming increasingly reliant on his companies, but because he is now trying to lie about this legacy and threatening a congressman who wants to investigate it.
There needs to be accountability for Elon Musk. You know, they're celebrating that he created 4,400 millionaires, but they don't talk about the 4.5 million children around the world who he possibly sentenced to death by dismantling USA. He needs to answer for that.
That was California Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat who once gave Musk and Doge the benefit of the doubt. The Atlantic even called Khanna the Democrats' Musk whisperer early last year. But on Twitter yesterday, Musk posted, quote, "It's time to sue this liar." In another post, he called the congressman Ro the robber and said he should be thrown in prison. But that number that Khanna cited didn't just come out of nowhere. He didn't just make it on the spot. It is from a peer-reviewed study by the Lancet Medical Journal that found, quote, "The Doge cuts to USAID could lead to more than 14."
Well, it came from what type of data? Peer-reviewed. That's not, somebody told me. They said, no, this has been fact-checked and reviewed to be correct. So I understand that some of you don't know how to quote anything that is peer-reviewed, but that means it is has been correct for the accurate to be accurate.
Million additional deaths by 2030, averaging more than 2.4 million deaths per year. These deaths include 4.5 million among children younger than 5 years, or more than 700,000 deaths annually. And again, this all makes sense. The U.S. was spending billions of dollars doing things like giving people life-saving medication, particularly around HIV and AIDS, and feeding people who otherwise would starve to death. It's not like, oh, how did you get that? No, there's lots of very, very poor and desperate people in the world. And one of the things USAID did was get them food and medicine at scale. So as Elon Musk jumped around with his chainsaw and bragged about wood chippers, experts and laid off aid workers at the time were telling us very explicitly what would happen.
It's very clear that there are going to be huge, significant gaps. People are already suffering and dying as we speak because of the lack of aid that we took out of nowhere.
They have cut 80, 90% of the life-saving programming going on overseas.
At the end of the day, kids in places like South Sudan are still dying, still not getting their nutritional support, not getting their AIDS medication. And that fundamentally is what has to happen to keep people alive.
Again, he and a bunch of folks that came work with him, they pulled the plug on all sorts of programs with no warning whatsoever for the poorest and most desperate.
A bunch of people, many of whom hadn't gone or finished college, who were in his purview because they were good hackers. So now he threatened to sue Ro Khanna because he told the truth on him. Let's get into that.
And Congressman Ro Khanna, that California Democrat who's in a war of words with Elon Musk, joins me now. First, I want to ask you about the calls to sue you and or jail you, and what your response is to that. If you've gotten any engagement from Elon Musk where he can sort of publicly try to defend his record.
Well, I'm not going to be intimidated by this guy. I'm less concerned about me. I'm more concerned that the world's richest person possibly sentenced the poorest people in the world to their death. And the reason that he...
Sue him or jail him. After the first part of what I just read to you about NSPN7, the actual fucking balls of someone who came to this country by his own brother's admission, overstayed his visa, and illegally worked in this country, to have the audacity to talk about jailing a sitting senator. Just overwhelming balls of this man to be rewarded for this atrocious behavior is beyond the pale.
He's upset at me and suing me. I'm more concerned that the world's richest person possibly sentenced the poorest people in the world to their death. And the reason that he's upset at me and suing me is because I talked about us taking back the House, subpoenaing him, and investigating him. I mean, the academic study I cited is a year old. These issues have been put on the New York Times. It's not like I said anything new. So why is he suddenly scared? He's scared because he knows the Democrats could win back the House. He knows we'll have the subpoena power, and he finally is going to have to answer for these cuts.
That's a broader point. I mean, there's USAID and the human cost. And again, the Lancet study, 14 million additional deaths by 2030, averaging more than 2.4 million deaths a year. I know that number is just sort of incomprehensible, kind of scrolls past your eyes. 700,000 deaths annually in children younger than 5 years. You know, even if this were an order of magnitude off, and we're calling, you know, a tenth of that or 2 orders of magnitude off, 100 of that, we have never gotten any definitive investigation of what went on to in those first few months of Doge across the entire government. I mean, we know that it completely failed and it did not reduce government spending. We know lots of people had to be hired back, but there was an enormous amount of destruction that I feel like we don't actually have a comprehensive view of.
We have no view on it. Frankly, if you brought a lawsuit, maybe there would be discovery. But there were 83% of programs that were shut down. Then Congress, through the process of appropriations, actually restored some of them. But there still were dramatic cuts. Now, the Lancet study talks about the potential deaths, but there was a study in Boston that Atul Gawande actually oversaw that talked about the actual deaths from what USAID cuts did. And all I'm saying is there needs to be transparency. Musk never came before the American people and said, here is why I'm cutting these things. He never came to Congress. He just did it at Doge, and it led arguably to huge devastation. And you know, now at least he's so ashamed of it. I mean, obviously, he doesn't want to admit that this could have been the consequence.
And you cannot be accused of being a longtime anti-Musk partisan. I want to read to you from 2 posts that you had on the Musk website of X. This is during the sort of end of 2024 after Trump had been elected, when this was getting set up. You said, I'm ready to work with @Doge, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy to slash waste. I have a track record of doing so. I led the charge to get Transdigm to refund $16 million after investigator reporting exposed price gouging. Let's look to the Truman Committee and ensure Americans get their money's worth of DOD spending. And then you follow that up when people got very mad at you for saying you were going to work with them. X isn't always real life, but 23 million plus views is the most of any post of mine has had in 9 years in Congress. That might have benefited from the spending. I'm for spending money to improve people's lives, not wasting money. It's common sense. How do you feel about giving him the benefit of the doubt for this enterprise?
Well, let me just say now, a post has exceeded that. That's when Musk threatens to sue you and put you in prison. But I've known Elon Musk
that one has more views.
By far, by far. But I've known Musk for a long time. I mean, he blurbed my first book on manufacturing. We worked when I was in the Obama administration on the Tesla loan that the Obama administration gave. I wanted it to have labor neutrality. And when Musk came to the administration, I've, as you know, Chris, been a consistent vote against the defense budget. I'm often the lone vote on the House Armed Services Committee. I think it's a bloated budget. And I thought, okay, here was someone who did take on the Boeing and Lockheed monopoly with SpaceX and Ash Carter, and maybe he could actually talk about cuts in defense. And so I said very openly that I was willing to work on it. It turns out that he did zero when it came to the defense budget, not a single cut. And he went on cutting USAID. And then he was totally unconstitutional and defied a subpoena, which we voted on oversight. And he started insulting me, but at least there was some back and forth. And now it's obviously a totally severed relationship, though I have said I'll debate him and in public. Maybe I'll debate him on your show, debate him on wherever he wants to debate. I mean, I want to get to the facts.
We would happily host that debate. I would welcome that at any point, particularly to air out what the record of Doge was, which I don't think there's been an accounting for. You know, the final question I think here is about how compatible American democracy is with this level of concentrated wealth. You know, we talk about the robber barons and we look back at Rockefeller and Carnegie. In real terms, in terms of percentage of GDP, depending on how you want to try to apples it, inflation adjusted, we're in an era now where that surpasses the Supreme Court judge. You really start to have to wonder, like, This is a guy who was sort of fomenting an ethnic pogrom in Northern Ireland the 3 days before he became a trillionaire. And it just seems like there's very little accountability for him or any of his ilk.
Careful, Chris. He's going to threaten to sue you. But the reality is that you know the numbers as well as I do. 19 billionaires. This is Gabriel Zuckman's work. 19 billionaires have the wealth that's equal to 12% of our economy. That's 3 times the wealth concentration of the Gilded Age. And it's not compatible because it's not just that Elon Musk is going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to elect who he wants. He fundamentally believes that if a member of Congress says that he owes the American people an explanation or that he should be subpoenaed, that he can just threaten them, to sue them, to put them in prison, that he has total impunity and that he has a bigger voice, not just in his political contributions, but as a person in our democracy than the other 330 million people. And you have a group of people who have hoarded extreme wealth and power, really, which is what Bernie Sanders has been talking about, to fight the oligarchy. I now see it firsthand. I mean, he's trying to intimidate me. I won't be intimidated, but look at how many members say, well, I don't want to deal with this hassle. Let's just move on. I want to focus on constituent services. I'm just not going to speak up. I don't want a lawsuit against me.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you very much.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Now, isn't it strange that even I want to share this with you. If you guys haven't seen this, let me share this with you real quick. It appears like since your president is lying about what has gone on, trying to blame that reflecting pool fiasco on everybody but himself for giving this to a unqualified contractor who was his friend. There's been a little rebuttal about this. Shall we get into it? Let's get into it.
Is now displaying swamp images across Washington, D.C. This is in front of the reflecting pool at night. This is Stephen Miller as a bat or as a vampire underneath the Lincoln Memorial. You have there across D.C. There is Donald Trump as a swamp creature. There's more about Ted Cruz. You're going to see something about J.D. Vance. There he is. Across Washington, D.C., this group, VJ Bombs, is now displaying swamp images. There's stuff on the Kennedy Center, on the tarp that they are keeping up to hide the fact that Donald Trump's name has been taken down. I mean, you name it, there's Kash Patel. Literally across Washington, D.C., there's Trump and Epstein. There's Mike Johnson. There's J.D. Vance. You name it, they have it. And it's happening right now in real time. Spread the word, follow for more. In response to Donald Trump's green reflecting pool, a group is now displaying swamp images across Washington, D.C. This is in front of the reflecting pool at night. This is Stephen Miller as a bat.
The first two was Mitch McConnell and Pete Kegbreath as an alligator. Mitch McConnell was the turtle, and Pete Kegbreath was the crocodile. Let me see. Legal as fuck. Trump panics as he's caught robbing taxpayer nuclear funds. I know better. I know you don't mean to tell me that this man took money from our nuclear funds to transform this free jet that he got from the Qataris. Is that what he did? Let's see. Oh, so we have $1 billion to divert from a nuclear refurbishing budget to retrofit a plane that your president does not need to have retrofitted because he already has a capable actually a capable Air Force One airplanes and two that are on their way that are being built. It's not like one of the one of the Air Force Ones broke down and it was on bricks in the White House lawn. But if a Air Force One plane had broken down and it was on bricks in the White House lawn, Donald Trump has turned the White House into some hobo hillbilly a trailer park in the first place. So would that be as bad as having all of the rest of the hobo ass bullshit that he has in the torn down East Wing? So you mean to tell me that nobody has had to give permission to $1 billion coming out of our nuclear arsenal treasury to retrofit a plane when it was not necessarily needed? And I know, oh my God, not $1 million, $1 billion for a plane that he will be out of office for in 16 months. So in 16 months, that plane will not need all of the retrofitting that it has. He couldn't wait 16 months. No, I have to show off my free. Oh, I guess it is free to you. It's not free to the taxpayer, though. It's not free to the taxpayers. You know that shit that you white Republicans always try to scare these white voters. It's about your safety. It's not free to my safety when you're taking $1 million that is meant to replenish our nuclear arsenal. That's not free to my safety. To retrofit a fucking plane for your personal use when you already have two airplanes at your dispense that have already has all the things that you need on these airplanes. Are you fucking crazy? I could see. Let me tell you. I could see if the medium wage, if the medium minimum wage, the federal minimum wage was at something like $27, $28 an hour across the United States, that the unemployment numbers were down, that there has been some type of cause to make sure that companies that make X amount of not necessarily profits. It don't have to be solely profit. To create a metric in every company that works in the United States, if you have X amount of employees versus the amount of money that it takes to run your business, there should be a metric of when these businesses are required to offer all of their employees healthcare. I can understand if we were living in an era like that. I really could understand that. But we are not living nowhere near to anything like that. No one in the United States could live in any city, whatever, working for the federal minimum wage. And all of these motherfuckers who try to tell me what the minimum wage is in your independent state, as if the federal minimum wage didn't matter. Well, if the federal minimum wage did not matter, why did 4547 say, no, I'm not going to increase the minimum wage if it doesn't matter? Why won't he increase it? Oh, you guys are awfully. Oh, I'm just getting outdone now. Oh, I'm not even sharing this with you guys. I apologize. I'm just talking, being disgusted, and I'm not even sharing it with you guys. I apologize. You guys don't even know what I'm talking about. Let me share the screen with you. I apologize for that. I just realized that. Oops. My fault. Here, let's get into this. I'm just really disgusted. This will be in the description box under SIGA. SIGA. I am so disgusted.
Qatari airplane that's masquerading as Air Force One for the next. No, Donald Trump's not taking a Qatari airplane that's masquerading as Air Force One for the next year and a half with him to Miami to shove into his presidential library. There's $1 billion worth of taxpayer dollars invested in retrofitting that plane so that our leader of the free world could get a temporary plane for the next 16 months, which he still claims is a free gift from the Qataris, everybody, a 13-year-old plane, $400 million gift, hooray, except it's $1 billion to retrofit it that came out of a nuclear weapons program, a refurbishing account, which got diverted to use for the plane. Oh, yes. And what about the real Air Force Ones that we've already spent $4 billion on? So far, Donald Trump has spent $5 billion on Air Force Ones, and he thinks he's going to take one out the back door when his term is over. The real Air Force Ones is part of a program we call the Boeing VC-25B program. It's 2 Air Force Ones that'll be delivered now in 2028. It's a little bit there's cost overruns, but that's being borne by Boeing. And then Trump thinks, well, here's these 2 brand new planes. I'll take my 13-year-old plane with $1 billion worth of retrofitting in it, and I'll take it off to my Miami library, right? No.
What's going on? Real quick, does Donald Trump get to keep this Qatari jet after the presidency? Say it again. Does Donald Trump get to keep this Qatari jet after the presidency?
No, he does not. You know why? Because the Constitution says he can't do it. Because the Constitution says that that the president may not receive a present, an emolument, which means a payment, an office or title of any kind, whatever, from a king, a prince, or a foreign state without the consent of Congress. And Congress has not consented to him keeping a $400 million jet. So it's got to be turned over immediately to the Congress for our disposition. And we can either send it back to the people in Qatar, or we can keep it and, do something different with it. But it doesn't belong to the president. Abraham Lincoln, in the middle of the Civil War, wanted to keep some elephant tusks he'd gotten from the king of Siam. And he never kept a present before. He wrote a letter to Congress. He said, can I keep this? And Congress said, you're doing a great job, Honest Abe, and we love you, but no, you can't keep it. Turn it over to the Department of State. Like, that's the right way to do it. Every other president has come to Congress to ask whether they can keep one of these foreign gifts from a government or a king or a prince. And the President Trump should be no different. He's got to come to us too. And if not, we'll just have to requisition it and confiscate it.
And do you trust Pete Hegseth with $30 billion additional dollars after, he's kind of botched this war in Iran?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. What's
the $30 billion request for the Pentagon I think it's to replenish the munitions.
So the Pentagon has $1 trillion budget. They were starving the troops while they were over in Iran. If you look at the plates that they were taking pictures of, that they were allegedly feeding the troops. And now Pete Hegseth has the audacity to ask for $30 billion or more dollars. $30 billion. When in September of last year, Pete Hegseth blew through, 290 some billion dollars, not million, billion dollars. Because in September of last year, if the Pentagon hadn't exhausted all of their budget, they were going to lose the rest of their budget. Use it or lose it. So the Pentagon had $290 billion left over in their budget. Did he decide to buy munitions then? No, he didn't. He decided to buy lobster tail, ribeye steaks, crab legs, high-end furniture disguised as office furniture, baby grand pianos, violins, flutes and horns for some general, some admiral or general in the Navy. All of this type of wasting money to just get a $297 billion. And then they're gonna come now. See what didn't make any sense about all of that spending of that money? They say it's a use it or lose it budget. But this was in September. In July, the budget for the Pentagon had been already revealed because they passed that bloated they passed that bloated budget, what they like to call the big beautiful bill. And in that big beautiful bill, it gave the Pentagon a $1 trillion budget. So they already knew what their budget was for this year, 2027. So this all, well, we had to spend the money. It's a use it or lose it. You already had your budget for next year, so you knew you weren't going to lose your budget for 2026. You just got it in with the passing of the budget bill. So they blew away $290 billion. The Pentagon that has never done a clean audit in the past 8 audits. Now, in the middle of a war, how come he didn't use that money to get more munitions? You can never be out of munitions. They want to blame it on Biden because he gave all the ammunition to Ukraine. But shit, you should have known that back in September when you were buying all them crab legs and lobster tail and designer furniture, trying to pretend like it was office furniture. Didn't you know that? You ain't know that then? Oh, yeah, you knew that. Now they want $30 billion under the guise of, oh, well, we need to buy a couple of more munitions and bullets and, things like that. $30 billion. This shit is. You think they're gonna come back with a receipt? Do you think that they're gonna come back with a receipt? See, this is the thing about it. Well, when the fucking corruption gets this overt and vulgar. Because at what point should we be, massa, can I have $30 billion more, sir, for some more munitions? Yes, sir. We shot up everything in the war. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? $1 trillion budget. We know that the service members who were actually fighting this war didn't eat well at all. But we know how they were eating in September when they wanted to fuck off $280 billion that was left over the last Pentagon budget. These people are disgusting. And then you got Brooke Rollins over the Department of Agriculture talking about, I think that 4 million people left food stamps, and I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure most of them found a good job and they didn't need food stamps anymore. Like this bitch don't know that there are so many working poor who are still going to work and still have to collect food stamps. Well, we put in a work regulation so people just can't sit at home and just collect food stamps. That's, bitch, you didn't know that people prior to you putting in a work regulation that there were people already working and still eligible to get food stamps. See, since you want to play like you didn't know that, these people who work for Walmart, for Dollar General, who are are connected to all of these dollar stores, who own multiple corporations and companies, who are bringing in a big amount of money because they are in low-end neighborhoods. And they are every other fucking block. They are making money hand over fist. See, it's these motherfuckers. Since you want to pretend like you didn't know the people who work for these stores that litter the area of the common poor people, and as you continue to make the middle class poor, working poor, since you want to pretend like you didn't know that these people who work in these places are eligible for food stamps themselves, bitch, or what you ought to do is to go to these big billion dollar corporations run by all of these multi-billionaires. And what you ought to do, bitch, this is what you ought to do. You ought to tell them you are not allowed to pay your workers beyond a living wage, beneath a living wage, because we are not going to pay food stamps to your workers, so your workers can turn around and use the food stamps back into your Walmart where they work every day, so you can get even more government subsidies for underpaying your workers. We're not going to keep doing this shit. We're not going to keep playing this game that you pay your employees just enough to continue to get food stamps. And you have these working poor people out here, and then the only place they have to shop is the place that they work. Walmart, your store, Dollar Tree, Family Dollar. And you also get all their food stamps. Are you fucking sick? Are you fucking kidding me? $30 billion for the Pentagon that has $1 trillion budget. These people have absolutely no shame. As Brooke Rollins is acting as for 1 million people leaving food stamps is such a flex. And I don't know if they got, I'm pretty sure most of them got jobs and they no longer need the program, but I'm not sure. The bitch trying to pretend like as if having a job is the only barrier into having to use food stamps. Bitch, don't play dumb. I know you probably not playing dumb, but bitch, get on top of the fucking ball, you dumb bitch. I know you like to be an airhead and run around there on at Mar-a-Lago, getting your face pulled back and your fucking pussy rolled back so somebody can dive deep in that fucking sour ass puss, bitch. But quit being a dumb cunt. The absolute nerves of these fucking people. These trashy ass people. And they want to make it seem like regular Americans are trash when they are the trash. All right, guys, I'm disgusted. I am completely and thoroughly disgusted. This last link is in my description box under free playing my ass. Please hit the like button. I appreciate all of you who have subscribed to my channel. I hope you have a remainder of rest of your evening, and I will see you guys on Friday. Please like, share, and subscribe. All right, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.